What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem, and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear
Seniors
a
are
tie.
the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets some motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your vote, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
Hello, everyone. How we doing? How we doing, folks? Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebee. Hello, Amador. Hello, Dragon Wing Zero. Hello, I already said hello to Cute Dark Arts. Can't get two. Hello, Archangel Decab. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello, Burning Bush Dragon. Hello, Squayatolo. And thank you for subscribing even before stream started. Hello, You Can Call Me Jess. Hello, Turtle Tech. Hello, Olsen Nexi. Hello, John Bainbridge. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, the all-powerful Kagan. Hello, Morbius Dragon. Hello, Failsafe. Hello, Walking Neon Carpet. Hello, Darth Gently. Hello, Andrew S. Hello, Ellen Eris Dresner. Hello, Sorry You're Blue. This is becoming a thing now. Indeed. Hello, Jay. Hello, The Max Left, or should I call you by your full name, The Maximum Left. Hello, Robber Adset. Hello, World Builders Haven, or World Builder Shaven, as the case may be. Ho ho ho, you can say. Penny Auntie!
Start of stream buttons.
Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I very, very much appreciate that. Hello, right of center left. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis, and thank you for helping to invent the internet. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Q-Berry Shortcake. Hello, Jess. Hello, Bastion. Hello, Mr. Miyagi. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, folks. I don't know how I'm doing. Things are not great in the USA. That is extraordinarily true. Despite that, though, despite the fact that things are kind of bleak, I have a bit more of a hopeful outlook today, you know, which is nice. Maybe it's because I took a bit of a break, you know, maybe it's because I'm seeing more, I don't know, I'm seeing more political pressure manifesting, which is nice. Yeah, I don't know. I think that while things are bad and damage is going to continue to be done, I think that what we've seen over the last, you know, it's weird to measure this in hours, but honestly, like 72 hours, you know, 96 hours, the last several days, I feel like we've gotten a bit, we've improved things.
I'll attend my rep's virtual town hall on Wednesday. Trying to think of questions to ask.
Hell yeah. Do you have a conservative rep? Do you got a liberal rep? What do you got? Just getting over the flu? I feel like I might just be coming down with it, but I really hope not. And Penny Ante, again, thank you so much for the incredibly generous 5 tier 1 subs. And Andrew S., thank you for being a member for the past 10 months. You got the cute little manatee heart icon, too. Adorable. Following the German elections? Yeah. I mean, it's nice that the fascists didn't win, you know? That could have that almost happened, but it didn't, and that's great. Let's see here. Still juggling around a few things here. And I will say, my hope is not coming from Democrats. You know, like it's very, very, very much coming from people, which is great. It's coming from people in the courts. One of the things you might notice if you are glued to the news a lot, as I am, and I think that it is a good sign that they are afraid of the courts. Because you have different factions within the current US government, and those factions are increasingly at odds with each other, and one of those factions wants to force this issue in front of the Supreme Court because they think that the Supreme Court they think they have it in the bag, right? And there's another faction that absolutely under no circumstance wants that to happen because they operate best with ambiguity. And so if it does get that, they are fighting that tooth and nail. They want it to remain ambiguous for as long as possible. Did Dailinki do well? Dailinki did all right. Yeah. Gotta bring up a few things. You, your friend, and your Johnson. Do 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 do. All right.
You can't rule the world in hiding. You've got to come out on the balcony sometimes and wave a tentacle.
Indeed. Sam Animus, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. My god. And you know, speaking of tentacles.
Ah, the worms are back. Ah, the worms are back.
And Salmon Moose, thank you very much for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs.
How can we all have died at the same time?
And almost finished here. Do 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 do.
In this party.
Whoa. Right. It's almost finished. I opened up too many tabs at the very beginning of this, and that's why it took so long to get stream underway because yeah, it's I have hundreds of tabs. just goddamn hundreds of tabs. Okay?
Well, folks, it is a Friday.
Ah. Jump scare. All right. Well, folks, it is not a Friday. It's a Monday. Do you never close? I do close tabs. The issue is I do a show that sometimes goes like 8 hours long. And so I have, anywhere from 8 to 15 hours worth of tabs to talk about. So I can pick and choose and have the stream flow naturally as I talk with you guys. So it's a lot. I have a lot of stuff prepped to talk about just in case, we wind up with time or there's like a segue. Uh Turtle Tech. Yes, I did. And in fact, I'm going to start out with a few things that I am in fact quite well, I'm quite stoked about. Okay, let me put it this way. These are things that make me feel really hopeful, and those are things I want you guys to hold on to for like the rest of stream, because I want to start out stream on a good note. Because holy moly, it feels like a whole lot of things have happened, and oh, I'm sorry, Turtle Choom. I keep reading the L in your name as a T, and I read the I'm reading the L twice, but the second time I'm reading it as a T, so I'm like, oh, that's Turtle Tech, which is not correct, but I do my best. Monitoring several chats at once. Okay. Folks, are you ready? We talking politics today? We talking politics today. We talking politics today. What flavor of Monster is that? Aussie lemonade. It's quite good. I think they might be phasing it out though, which is very sad. So I bought a couple cases of it. Drawing a lesbian techno steampunk octopus gal? That sounds cool. Nice. What's the difference between Aussie lemonade and American lemonade? The main thing I can gather is that Aussie lemonade is like carbonated. Yeah, Aussie lemonade is the best one walking neon carpet. Outside of like the Monster like lemonade tea situation they got going on with the Refresh brand, sub brand, whatever they call it. All right. Oh man, there are too many things happening. No more Rick and Morty court videos? No, that was always going to be a very finite number of, things we could play on stream. All right, folks. You guys ready? I don't know why I'm like waiting for you guys to say yes. So I'm just going to go. We're just going to go. All right? Yeah, we're just gonna go. Okay, consider this your PSA, everybody. Just to start off the show. Amazon's about to dick all of you over, so if you have any books you've bought on Kindle, they're not going to allow you to download them to anything other than a Kindle device. So if you want to have your Amazon books, download them before the 26th. You've got 2 days and really a day and a half to download all of your books before they start adding DRM to your books like assholes. They want to lock you into their ecosystems for the Kindle. So, don't let them do that if you've already bought a bunch of these digital books. And, also, I'm just gonna say it. Don't feel too guilty if you have to, procure those books via other means. All right. If Amazon's gonna dick you over like that. Anyway, moving right along, folks. This is just kind of a neat thing. Not really politics or anything, but one of the coolest books in the entire world is now fully digitized. The Voynich manuscript, and if any of you haven't heard of it, basically it's a book from what year is it? Yeah, I guess no one's quite sure what year it's from. It appeared on the scene in the 1900s. It appears to be much older than that, but no one's ever been able to figure out what the hell it says. It's just full of illustrations and diagrams. It's really neat, you know? Like, what the hell's going on here? No one knows. No one knows what's going on here. So if you would like to check it out, you can now do that. It's now available online, and it's really, really neat. It's never been deciphered. Kind of considered like a holy grail for cryptologists who, love trying to crack codes. There is a school of thought that someone wrote it, but it doesn't mean anything. It's all just meaningless gibberish. What is it? It's a book. It's a tome. No other document that includes writing in the same script has ever been found, according to a longtime researcher of the manuscript. It's really, really bizarre. And it's not a small book. So kind of the mystery of it is, if it is an elaborate ruse, if somebody just wrote it to be gibberish for no reason, it's an insane amount of work to put into it, And apparently they've carbon dated it to the 15th century, though, as with anything, there's debate about that. And so, I mean, sure, people can say it's an artistic piece, and it definitely has artistry to it, but again, not a whole lot of art scene pranksters in the 1500s, Not a whole lot of that. Yes, Pirate Amir, I cleaned my room. It was a mess because I had tried on 4 or 5 different outfits to take thirst traps in. Hear me out, aliens? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Sure, fuck it. Why not? It's real neat. I just think it's neat. All right? I just think it's kind of cool. The where Oh my god. Oh my god. My internet is so angry at me for having so many tabs open. Jesus. Anyway, you can now read it in full over on Internet Archive. It's pretty interesting stuff. You know? It's like a lot of plants that many of which don't seem to exist. It's just kind of weird. And then it gets into weirder stuff as you go along. About halfway through, you start seeing a lot of mandalas, a lot of circle diagrams. People start appearing. It's very bizarre. Author should have just used lorem ipsum, right?
Gotta love how in a single day, a clerical error at my bank meant my bank account got closed accidentally by a low-level employee and new numbers issued one of two.
What? Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I appreciate you, and I am really sorry about your bank account issues. Also, Helena, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Helena. Happy birthday to you, and many more. Yeah, there's a lot of like potential to what the Voynich manuscript might be. You're welcome, Helena. Thanks for watching. I don't know, I think it's cool. I think it's one of those things that just like, clearly someone put a lot of work into that. It's not easy to write a book, let alone write a book that has defied cryptologists for like, I don't know, over a century. The jazz hands really sold it. Well, you gotta. The jazz hands are, to an interpretive dance of how many years you have left to live. Which sounds a lot
And
darker
got
than it
accused
is.
of being a rapist in my elevator by a black woman despite the fact that I haven't had sex, and she claimed that my silence confirmed it.
What? Are these references that I'm not understanding, or did somebody actually do that? I'm too autistic to read tone, so I'm not sure if this is a reference. But thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. If it is something that happened to you, like, holy shit. Actually did it? Oh my god. Well, I'm sorry about that. That sucks a lot. It sucks, right? Like, I don't know, whenever we're in like groups or anything like that, it's always weird interacting with other people because sometimes, like most of the time, right? Like people are chill. Like you can interact with other people, but sometimes you just encounter someone who's absolutely bonkers, who's just like looking to fight for reasons that will forever be a mystery to you. They just want to fight you, or they just want to be rude. Kind of like when you're driving down the highway and somebody just for whatever reason decides they're going to hug your bumper. And it's like, there's not much you can do outside of like try and construct your worldview and just like be like, maybe that person has a lot of shit going on, and this is the only thing they can do. You know, like I don't know. It one of the things I've had to struggle with in therapy is like the idea that like you can't always know the reason behind why other people do things, cuz I really like having that reason. And it's just like I have to be content with the fact that I will never know, and in that not knowing, I have the opportunity to supply a more charitable reason for why someone might be doing that, whatever they're doing. Um, especially when there's like not much I can do about, affecting the outcome. Like with a car on the street, like there's nothing I could do about someone choosing to be an asshole on the road, Def felt like should have said something, but was too in a rush to catch a subway. Honestly, it sounds like maybe not giving that person the time of day was probably the correct move. Because, goddamn, I don't think there's any possibility of like a productive outcome of trying to confront someone like that. Especially when it's very clear that they're just trying to fight people. They're just saying things to get a rise out of someone because they are, not okay. People who are okay don't just get into an elevator and start calling people rapists or Holocaust rapists if they look Jewish. Like, that's not a thing that people who are okay or safe to interact with do, generally speaking, I think you did all right. Sometimes the best thing you do is just like shake your head and move on. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. That's fucked up. All right. Also, folks, shining light at the end of a tunnel? Question mark? Microsoft is canceling leases for AI data centers, which that's good, actually. That's good. Microsoft has begun canceling leases for a substantial amount of data center capacity in the US, a move that may reflect concerns about whether it's building more AI computing than it will need over the long term, TD Cowen said in a report, which, the bubble may be bursting, folks. The bubble may, in fact, be bursting. Yeah. Interesting stuff right there, like, I don't know. I don't know if that's the case, but honestly, one of the biggest movers and shakers in the space probably finally looked at some of the analytics for AI adoption in its, core software package and is like, oh, wait, people don't like this actually. People don't actually think that this is good. This was just, useful for idiots. It's not good. God. Well, we'll see if I have a hunch that crypto is gonna be buoyed by this administration. Crypto and AI, not the same bubble. Both bubbles, not the same one. But we'll see where it goes, Yeah. Well, so the thing is, I looked into it a bit more, and yeah, AI, like, have you guys ever looked at like the finances of some of these big AI firms? It's insane. It's insane. Like, OpenAI, apparently had like $9 billion of investment, and it lost $5 billion. Like, holy shit. You would have, genuinely, I feel like if you gave someone $9 billion and then were like, come back in, I don't know, 5 years and we'll see how much money you made with it, I bet the average person off the street would be able to make better investing choices to build that wealth. You know? That was in 1 year, Double Chinsey. They lost $5 billion, over half of their investment money. Insane. Oh yeah, no, Mithril, like, that's the crazy part. Bill Gates actually has some intelligence to him, and therefore he makes more intelligent decisions than the rest of these billionaires, but, like, he's still barely human, you know? No, this is deep sea propaganda. Well, Burning Bush Dragon, one company has decided to stop trying to make it happen, or at least to pull back trying to make it happen. We'll see what actually takes place, because remember, folks, even if Microsoft stops their investment, Donald Trump, the Trump administration, Elon Musk, they're all still desperately trying to pour in your taxpayer dollars into these projects, you know? Now, one thing I wanted to share with you guys, well, at least a couple things that I think are great and worth taking a look at. So remember, you know what? We'll even make this a full segment. So, folks, do you guys remember, like, I don't know, a couple of days ago when we covered the fact that Tesla Cybertrucks are 17 times more likely to explode and engulf you in flames compared to a Ford Pinto, a car famous for exploding and engulfing people in flames? Do you guys remember that? Yeah? Yeah? Well, you guys also remember the various, manufacturing issues, like, for example, the fact that the brakes would fail because the brake pedal was held on by glue. Do you guys remember that? You guys remember how there was a problem with Tesla Cybertrucks where the brake pedal just came off sometimes while people were driving? Well, what if I told you that wasn't the only part of the car held on by glue? What if I told you guys that, in fact, it kind of seems like the body of the car might be held together with glue? So, yeah. Some Cybertruck owners say their trucks are shedding body panels. One thinks he knows why. A Tesla owner who wraps the vehicles for a living has come up with a hypothesis as to why his truck lost a piece of its bodywork at speed. Which, yeah. You can actually see it come off the car. See that, guys? You see that? Yeah, it's driving down the highway, and a piece of metal rips off the top. And, as one would wonder why. What makes that happen? Well, here is a guy who thinks he understands.
So there
why.
is a huge issue going around right now where these pieces on the Cybertrucks are literally just completely falling off. And I've had a lot of people tell me I don't know what I'm talking about, and you wrapped it and you forgot to put the bolt back in, or you forgot to put the nut back on, or you didn't put the adhesive on right. So I wanted to make a video showing you guys what exactly is going on. And it's not just these trims either. I've seen it with a ton of other trim on the Cybertruck, because a lot of the stainless steel panels are glued on. Some panels have welds, some panels are just glue.
No, Hammock. Some of them are the aesthetic trim. Others are the full-on goddamn panels on the truck.
I think the reason why this one is having the most issues is because it's the smallest panel that is only glued on. Now, what is my immediate guess to what's causing this? I'm thinking it's something to do with the very cold air. I've only seen this happen to trucks in the northern states where it's been like below zero. So I am working on a Cybertruck right now.
Which would make sense, considering they didn't release any of the safety data or safety testing required for other vehicles when it came to the Cybertruck. It's insane!
Tesla stuff is a road hazard, between falling apart, exploding, or the self-driving function crashing. Tesla products need to be banned.
Unironically, Von Tux, unironically, absolutely. I entered into this with some skepticism as to maybe people are just being hysterical about it, but no, it's actually falling apart on the road. That could, a metal panel or even a metal piece of trim falling off at speed could kill somebody. They burst into flames with people inside. The auto driving feature that purports to be autopilot will kill you. It can't detect things or people sometimes. And it doesn't surprise me that with all of the glaring oversight related especially to the Cybertruck in particular, that it wouldn't be a stretch to me that they never bothered to test it in sub-zero conditions because Elon Musk wanted to get it out the door faster. That's my presumption here, is that in particular the Cybertruck is a conjuration of Elon Musk's in particular, and he wanted it to get from concept to product as fast as possible. And in order to do that, they skipped a lot of the traditional safety settings. The ketamine noises intensify. Oh gosh. Hard to believe the protests of Tesla is not because of safety hazards, but because Musk is a major prick. Well, let's be clear. It's not even because he's a major prick, because a lot of rich people are colossal assholes. People are protesting Elon Musk and Tesla in particular because Elon Musk is a Nazi. He's a genuine dyed in the wool goddamn Nazi. And I don't use that phrase lightly, but at a certain point, someone can only Sieg Heil so many times. Someone can only do IVF with several dozen women in order to produce only white male children in order to do a eugenics so many times before I gotta call a spade a spade, dude's a Nazi, and we need to make sure we say that the same way people should have been rightly pointing out that Henry Ford was a goddamn Nazi. For whatever reason, we really gloss over that in history books when we go through school and when we teach it to children. But Henry Ford, the guy who is lavished praise upon in our school system in the United States, was a goddamn Nazi with a newspaper dedicated to white nationalism. Yeah, killed by Magikarp. he had a newspaper called I believe the Dearborn Independent. It was the second most circulated newspaper in the country. And it was a goddamn white supremacist neo-Nazi rag. Not even neo-Nazi, just Nazi rag. Yeah, Charles Lindbergh as well. American Nazi. I believe Lindbergh and Ford were recognized by Hitler. Like, it's not even like a, oh man, maybe they weren't. No, like absolutely. Yeah, Dearborn, as in Dearborn, Michigan, where Ford like made its plants. Well, it was originally called the Ford International Weekly. So, yep. Henry Ford was the guy who circulated and publicized the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, the anti-Semitic hoax that the Nazis really loved. Yeah, oh yeah, Hammock. Absolutely. Henry Ford had correspondence with Hitler. They were buddies. So, yeah, I don't know. I just think we shouldn't maybe repeat, Henry Ford again. I think this time we should probably do our best to try and kill these car companies that are run by literal Nazis. Anyway, I think that honestly, protests should continue until Tesla ousts Elon Musk. At a certain point, their investor board is going to get sick of him and jettison him via their mechanisms. And yet, even Ford managed to put out a good car. True. Oh, God. But, like, dear God.
Now I'm wrapping this in satin black, and this is like a brand new Cybertruck, okay? This one's brand new, and this is how it should look on this panel here. It should look perfectly flush. It should be tight like this, and I don't know if you guys can see there, but there's actually a nut there that's screwed on that is holding this in. Now, I've seen a lot of people online say that, well, you didn't put that nut on good enough and you took this whole panel off. And, that's a valid point. However, what people are not realizing...
Well, Super Jet Guy, at a certain point, investors get angry enough that they can oust members of the board of a public company, and Tesla is a public company.
Is this piece, this right here is right there. And what you're noticing, if you're looking at this, there is no welded spot for that stud, okay? So,
maybe something you could avoid if you had a unionized workplace with workers who care about the product's safety. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here.
So this piece, ow, that was loud. This whole piece right here, okay? There's no weld point on it at all. I'm gonna go outside and show you guys my truck so you guys can get a better understanding. All right, so here is the panel. Here's the side where it came off of mine. So as you can see, here's the glue, and that's the glue that failed. So it's still sticking to this piece. This is the piece that has the stud. So the stud is actually right there. It's not right here. The stud, and if we can take a look at this side, which is now also loose, as you can see, look at this. It's just loose.
Jesus Christ.
You can see there is the stud right there. It's not attached to this.
You know what's crazy? The Tesla Cybertruck has been out for like what? a year and a half, maybe. And it, like, they're just falling apart constantly, right? I've had my Subaru Forester. I have had my Subaru Forester for like 6 years, 8 years, something somewhere in there. But it's a 2006 Subaru Forester, and it has had zero problems with things just randomly falling off. You know, it's crazy. I live in sub-zero conditions and very hot conditions. And wowee, you know what's great about my car? Bits don't fall off of it and endanger people driving behind me. It's crazy. I feel like if I have a mechanic half awake, that thing will probably drive for another 25 years. You know, it's crazy.
This is glued onto this, which then this is what has the stud. Because you can actually see right in there. Let's see if I can get this. It's super hard to see, but right in there is I still have the nut right.
Unions care about car safety since when? Unions care about the products they make. It reflects on the union.
Right there, that's holding this down. The nut holds this down, not this part here. And so I hope that clears it up and shows you guys and proves that this whole part here is purely glued on from factory, and that's why it's having issues coming off. And then you're probably wondering, okay, where else could there be issues, right? What other panels are glued? Well, as far as I know, the doors have welds everywhere. The fenders, I haven't seen any issues with those. The top of the frunk is welded. This is all glued on, but I haven't seen any issues whatsoever with that. The only area...
I just have to say, like... Maybe having stainless steel panels that can fly off if the glue fails is really bad. Maybe you shouldn't have that. Also, why did my face cam disappear? I don't understand. There we go. We fixed it.
Areas that I've seen issues as well is the quarter panel and the bed or the tailgate. I actually had a brand new customer Cybertruck came in.
Wait, I'm not trying to pick a fight, but this Tesla SpaceX hate is all political? No, it's not. Number one, SpaceX is shit. SpaceX does with 100 times the budget of NASA, 1/10 of what NASA does. NASA is one of the most efficient organizations in the US government, and even then it's being cannibalized so that Elon Musk can rake in hundreds of billions of dollars doing, again, what NASA could have done for a fraction of the price. Number two, Tesla Cybertruck is shit, and it's unsafe. It's literally exploded and burned people to death because they haven't tested it enough, okay? And number three, I think that, yeah, it's okay to hate things for political reasons. Like, for example, I think it's okay to hate Nazi Germany. I think it's okay to do that. I think it's okay to hate the people who did the Holocaust. I think that's fine. That's politically motivated hate that I think is A-okay. And likewise, I think it's A-okay to hate people who go out on the national stage and do the salute of the Nazis who perpetrated the Holocaust. I think it's okay to do that. And, like, honestly, if you're like, well, what's the big deal? So the guy who ran the company just did a Hitler salute. What's the big deal? Fuck you. That's at the end of the day, that's what it is.
Technology less advanced than a 70s desktop PC.
Literally. And you're like, well, what? You hate the car company run by Nazis? Yes. 1,000 times. Easiest decision of my life. Like, seriously, you call yourself a fucking American and you stan a guy who wants to have, like, a race of super children from his genes in order to rule the world? Are you fucking sick? What's wrong with you? Like, I'll hate a company run by a fucking Nazi. And you know what? Any self-respecting American would do the same. Any self-respecting American would do everything in their power to oppose a Nazi in any circumstance and situation. The same way we did everything in our power to oppose a king that would rule us, I think we should do even more to oppose a Nazi who would rule us. And if you are over there being like, "Whoa, what's the big ideal? I just want to give a would-be Nazi king, $100,000 for a Cybertruck. What's the big deal?" Fuck you. It's not complicated. No Nazis, no kings, and no collaborators.
And I'm gonna put the clip up on the screen right now, but one of his quarter panels was just loose. I touched it and it was like, whoa, it was just loose. All the glue over here on his truck was not glued at all whatsoever. Brand new truck, just delivered. I think his was a 50,000 VIN. And
man, all this hate against the Cybertruck, though, it's just purely political. Yeah, ignore the fact that this brand new goddamn truck that just got delivered has a loose panel that's held on by glue. The fuck?
SpaceX outperforms NASA in efficiency through cost reduction and reusable rockets, like Falcon 9 and Starship. SpaceX has cut launch costs significantly. Falcon 9 costs $67 per launch, compared to NASA's $450.
I beg you, Ryan. I beg you. Okay? To understand a couple of things. I'm just going to ask you a few questions. Where did SpaceX get the money to do that? Ellen Showerman, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. I appreciate it. Cause like, here's the thing, right? You might be like, oh, well, don't you know? Don't you know that they're doing all of this space rocketry at a more efficient clip? Wait, who cares where the money came from? It came from NASA, you dipshit! NASA gave them the money to build that technology that they used, they used that money in conjunction with technology that NASA invented. Everything that SpaceX does is predicated on what NASA has done. And in fact, if NASA had just done what SpaceX does, instead of, what actually happened, which was a rich billionaire approached the US government, bought political favors, and now reaps billions of dollars in profit every year off of our dime. Where do you think SpaceX gets their profits? It's from our taxes. We pay for their profits. Okay? And what we could have done instead was just not had a private company do it and have NASA do the same thing for way less money. SpaceX doesn't do it cheaper, you absolute clown. What part of this don't you understand? Oh my god. It's really crazy. It's absolutely wild. And yet again, I'm going to reiterate, even if it were more efficient than NASA, I'm going to throw one thing out there. I don't give a shit because it's run by a goddamn Nazi. Like,
it's also important to remember that the main reason
insane.
NASA goes so slow is that unlike Musk, they can't get away with scattering debris over hundreds of miles of Texas countryside.
Yeah, it's almost like the reason NASA operates slowly is so that they can ensure safety for people in the launch areas. It's almost like the reason they operate more slowly is so that they can, ensure the safety of people on their manned flights. It's almost like, I don't know, these tech billionaires don't give a shit and will happily throw you into an explosive shuttle for no reason. Ugh. It's crazy. And also just as a just throwing out. Just throwing out. Just throwing out there. Who invented the reusable rocket technology that SpaceX uses? Hey, Ryan, do you know who invented the reusable rocket technology that SpaceX uses right now? It was fucking NASA! They invented it in 1968! Jesus Christ! You're like, oh, well, SpaceX does it more. No, they don't do it more efficiently. They did the thing that NASA did, and they used venture capital money and our taxpayer dollars to do it at scale in a way that NASA hasn't had the funding to do. So, the thing you are going and saying, like, oh, SpaceX is just more efficient, it's not. It's run at a profit. NASA, if given a budget comparable to what SpaceX has, could do 10 times what SpaceX currently does with the technology that they invented. It's not even like a debate, really. When you look at the financials of SpaceX, they literally they literally rack up billions of dollars in profit. That's billions of dollars that could go to the US state through NASA. Ryan, the people who invented the technology and set it up to be used in this way were NASA. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? That you're saying, well, look, SpaceX did this thing. They took a thing that already existed and did nothing special with it except invest venture capital money into it to do it at scale. The only thing special about what SpaceX does is that it has more money than what NASA has. Do you understand? And The other reason they're able to do it faster and more efficiently is because they put you and everyone you love in danger by doing it. Think, Ryan, think! Like, I don't know. Do you think that, like...
Did panels
I feel like I'm
follow the
wasting my
DeLorean?
time.
That
And I probably
guy was
am.
on cocaine, but his panels stayed on. I'm about 8 minutes behind, so sorry if this is poorly timed.
It's okay, Logan Hill. You're giving me time to catch my breath. But, look, all I'm going to say here is that, everything that SpaceX does, NASA could do for cheaper if it had a proportional budget. And the only thing that SpaceX is doing that is special is that they're doing it at scale. They don't have smarter scientists. They don't have better technology. They are literally taking the technology that we, the American taxpayers, invented and are now privatizing it to siphon away our taxpayer wealth at a markup. Something that we could be doing for cheaper through NASA. And, like, you can argue all you want that, like, well, it's more efficient now. And it's like, yeah, because of the billions of dollars of venture capital that got poured in. And now they're, they're racking up $3 billion in profit every year.
NASA and DARPA literally created the technologies that our modern world is built on.
It's true. It's true. Yeah, but Ryan, here's the thing. We don't have that Nazi around today to punch in the face. We do have a current Nazi around right now. So you can be like, well, you know who founded NASA? NASA, a former Nazi. A lot of other people founded NASA too, asshole. Wasn't just one guy. But I'm going to throw this out there. There is one guy currently alive who you are supporting, who is a Nazi. And you don't seem to have any thoughts about that other than you're going to defend him no matter what. So, Ryan, I guess I'm just going to ask you straight up, are you the kind of guy who, if Hitler made the trains run on time, would have signed up for the SS? Are you that kind of guy, Ryan?
The reason I also hate that South African NZ is how he killed the rail and CA. His Hyperloop is his idea too.
Yeah, of course. He doesn't give a shit. But Ryan, how much Nazi dick are you willing to suck? You know, like, are you willing to join the SS if Hitler makes the trains run on time? What's your line here? Do you walk into a bar and see a bunch of swastikas hanging around and you go, well, you know, they serve the kind of alcohol I like here, so I'm just gonna sit down. What's your deal? Where's your line? You know, these are just hard-working white folk. Might as well make myself comfy. After all, they're not going to be mean to me. I'm one of the good ones. So I guess that's my question here. It's a good question, I think. You just ramble on about how wonderful NASA is, but it's it was headed and founded by Wernher von Braun. Be consistent in your argument. Yeah, but you know what? Here's the thing, Ryan. Wernher von Braun has been dead for like 50 fucking years and is a moldering corpse, exactly where every other Nazi in the world should be right at this moment. So I guess my question to you is, which side are you on? I have already achieved the ideal outcome for Wernher von Braun. I already live in the ideal world where he is dead and worm food. So Henry Ford has been dead too. That's good, Ryan. What about the currently alive Nazis, Ryan? Can you answer my question about the Nazi bar, Ryan? You walk into a Nazi bar and see a bunch of swastikas. Do you sit down because they got the kind of whiskey you like, Ryan? You know, maybe that bartender is just extra efficient at getting you that whiskey, Ryan, you know, because you're white. And, you know, anyone else who comes in is going to get it much less efficiently than you. You just really like the efficiency of service at the Nazi bar. I just want a straight up answer, Jack. Hey, Ryan, let me make this real simple for you. If the next thing you post in my chat is not a very clear and consistent answer to my question, you're going to get banned. So I don't have all night to play with you. And you're very slow in way more ways than one. So just answer my goddamn question. In the 1960s, I would have been against Operation Paperclip. Yeah. I would have been against saving goddamn Nazi scum. Are you trying to imply that in the 1960s you would have been in favor of the America harboring Nazi scum? But answer my goddamn Nazi bar question, Ryan. Okay, I like that answer. Yeah, I'm goddamn consistent. I'm gonna give you one more chance to answer this. You walk into a Nazi bar. Do you sit down for efficient service at the Nazi bar, Ryan? Because the thing I'm trying to suss out with you, Ryan, is exactly where your line is when it comes to goddamn Nazis. Oh, you don't sit down at the Nazi bar for the efficient service, but it's so efficient, Ryan. The service is so efficient. Why would you not sit down at the Nazi bar, Ryan? Why would you not patronize such an efficient establishment? Ryan? Hell, if you come in wearing the right kind of armband, Ryan, I hear they give you a 15% discount. Why wouldn't you patronize an establishment like that, Ryan?
At the very least, the paperclip scum had actual science to contribute to humanity. What does Elon have? Tax theft?
Elon Musk contributes exactly nothing to humanity. Wild stuff. Oh, you disagree with the premise that Elon Musk is a Nazi? You understand how stupid that is, right? You understand how stupid that is, right? I'm sorry. Ryan, do that at your place of work. Do it at your place of work, Ryan. Once that's definitive. Ryan, what does someone have to do in your eyes to be a Nazi? Just out of curiosity, what is your criteria before you're like, ah, yeah, that guy's a Nazi? Do they have to grow like the Hitler stash before like Sieg Heiling is like the thing you think? that of the like before you're like, oh yeah, that's actually, oh yeah, now I see it. What does someone have to do to be a Nazi? Is it promote eugenics? Is it promote white nationalism? Is it promoting fascist ideology? Is it like supporting political parties that embrace the flag of Nazism? Like, dog. The boys from Inglorious Bastards would absolutely consider you a collaborator, my guy. Like, oh man, I don't know if this guy who's doing a Nazi salute, I don't know. I just can't figure it out. You know? Just can't figure it out. Talking fondler of Hitler and Nazi ideology would be my red line. But why doesn't Musk just admit it if he did a salute? Ryan, have you ever interacted with an online Nazi before? Because I have. I've interacted with people who coyly call into my show calling themselves moderate conservatives. And then I talk to them for like an hour.
He's living the 4chan memes. Fuentes says that to Nazi. Nick Fuentes says Atrufar for the public.
Yeah. I've talked with Nazis because I've been around on the internet for a long time. I've been on 4chan. I've been on all the places that they like to hang out. I've covered a lot of topics that touch on Nazism in the past. And I can tell you, Elon Musk believes everything that these guys believe. I have had Nazis call into my show. I have been threatened by white nationalists. I've talked with them. They talk about how they are moderate conservatives who are just saying what everyone's thinking. And then you talk to them for like an hour and they talk about how Francisco Franco was actually a pretty cool dude who, he was actually really good. The thing that didn't work out was that, he wanted to give it back to the monarchs instead of keeping it fascist. And then you press them about Hitler and they're like, oh, actually, Hitler was pretty great. Most Nazis do not come out and say, I'm a Nazi. They try and make their views as palatable as possible. So they keep a level of plausible deniability until suddenly it's not a joke anymore. It's all just jokes till suddenly it's not. That's it. That's it. Yeah, Holocaust deniers also don't call themselves Nazis. They call themselves, just a guy who's asking questions. And honestly, if you are the kind of sap who can't see through that, you're exactly the kind of rube that Nazis mark out and try to convert to their cause. It's exactly why you're here in my chat running defense for a guy who gets up and does Hitler salutes. It's why you're here trying to argue about the efficiency of SpaceX and dodging questions about the politics of the guy we've been talking about. And instead you're like, well, I don't see evidence that he's a Nazi. He's not like loving Hitler or anything. Well, he seems to retweet a lot of guys who do love Hitler. He seems to amplify and hang out with a lot of guys who do talk about how great Hitler was and how really Hitler just wanted the best for the German people, except, the Jewish German people. He hangs out and amplifies them to millions of people and has built an entire ecosystem on his social media website to make them louder. There's a reason why folks like Nick Fuentes, one of possibly the most famous neo-Nazis in America, or Richard Spencer, one of the most famous neo-Nazis in America, don't go out and say, hell yeah, I'm a Nazi. But then, the second they're among all of their Nazi friends, after a forward-facing event, they start quoting Mein Kampf and doing Hitler salutes. It's because the entire thing is an act. It's a ruse, and it's one that you have been indicated as a target for. They are going after you and men like you, because it's always men that they're going after. And the worst part about it, Ryan, is that you have fallen for it. You are already circling the drain of what they have set up to, funnel you into their pipeline. And if you don't do something about it, you're going to wake up in like 2 to 5 years and realize, oh shit, I'm a Nazi. And that's maybe a best case scenario. Like where you actually realize at some point that you've been had. But most of these guys just kind of hang out with other Nazis and just view themselves as a normal guy who just, is asking questions. It's wild, Ryan. Why did he do a salute if he wants to keep it coy? Because he's a fucking moron. That's why. Like, we have an entire segment dedicated to this later, but, this is not a smart man. He shouted as he did this, "I am become meme." This is not a guy who's smart. Like, I don't know.
And I think we don't have too many, but that...
Here he is abandoning his child on stage.
What's that old saying about 6 people at a table with one Nazi? Asking for a friend.
Indeed, very knifey duck.
A good one. No, I watched this rocket come down about 3 months ago.
You're leaving your little boy.
And I thought it was crashing.
He literally just abandoned his 4-year-old on stage, on a rickety staircase. This is not a man who cares about shit or people. All right? The reason he does a Nazi salute in front of a goddamn audience is because he knows that for a little over $250 million, he just bought their loyalty, and he does it because he can get away with it. And he thinks that that's cool because he cares more about the adulation of his Nazi fanboys than he does about anything else in this world. That's why he does it. Because then he can go online and watch a bunch of people talk about how cool he was for subtly, signaling to all of the Nazi guys that it's okay to do Nazi shit. Which is exactly why at CPAC, you now have 2 additional guys doing Nazi salutes. This is Elon Musk at the bottom, doing his Nazi salute. These 2 guys at CPAC, just this past week, doing Nazi salutes. That's Steve Bannon, one of the most racist motherfuckers in the world. His favorite book is Camp of the Saints, a book about a bunch of brown people coming to Europe, and the book frames that as apocalyptic. Okay? Like, this guy on top, is a Mexican actor. Yeah, we got 2 more Nazi salutes at CPAC. Because the entire point of Elon Musk doing this was because 1, he could get away with it, but 2, he wanted to normalize it. And now all these conservative influencers, including people who are not on the stage at CPAC, are doing this goddamn salute. It's not rocket science, Ryan. And at this point, I hope it's clear that I'm using Ryan as a stand-in for a lot of other people who get suckered in by this shit. By the idea that, like, oh, well, SpaceX and Tesla are just so much more efficient because of some kind of genius idea. There's no efficiency happening here other than production at scale. Something that literally any sufficiently funded organization could do. All right? Don't be a fucking Ryan, chat. All right? Don't be a fucking Ryan. You wind up looking like this guy with his pants up to his knees. Like, what the hell, JD? What's wrong with you? Did you just get done fucking a couch and now you're just all disheveled? Who tailored you? Rumpelstiltskin? Like, genuine question here, bud. The fuck is wrong with you? Don't be a fucking Ryan. Like, Jesus Christ, look at this.
Thank you. This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy. Chainsaw!
Yeah, definitely a very smart man right there. You know how all the smart people you look at and who go, "Oh, this is the chainsaw for bureaucracy," while being blitzed out of their mind on ketamine. Yeah.
That's perfect. All right.
Real?
I love it. Mr. President, thank you so much.
The reason it's real, by the way, is because the man who just presented him with a chainsaw is the president of Argentina. Guys, all right? Just real quick, I need to dig this up for you guys. All right? Yeah, the guy who presented him with that chainsaw literally cosplays as an ANCAP superhero.
Esa es nuestra regla fiscal. Y si los ingresos no aguantarán más, iremos al Banco Central. Y eso será inflacionario, y eso será inflacionario. Si no le aflojan al gasto, entonces la crisis vendrá. ¡Viva la libertad, carajo! ¡Un aplauso grande para Javier!
That's the president of Argentina, everybody. That's his whole thing. All right? Cool stuff. And not only that, let's see if I can find this real quick. Da-da. There's another one that's even better.
Sorry chat for some bad news. The asteroid with a low percentage of hitting Earth by 2032 has dropped to nearly 0%.
Damn it. Ah, here we go. Found it. You guys aren't going to believe this one. This is a real thing.
El Banco Central está haciendo de las suyas de nuevo. Creo que es hora de cerrarlo. De una buena vez.
This is an actual goddamn campaign ad for him. Anyway, yeah. This is not like an elite team of people with like, good plans or I don't know, good ideas or people who care about things. That guy's main campaign promise was destroying the state. He went to campaign rallies with a chainsaw in order to demonstrate how he was going to slash spending of the Argentinian government. And you know what? He did. And do you think that made anything better there? No, it didn't make the government more efficient. It just made people more homeless. You know, because that's the kind of shit they do. And now he is bringing the chainsaw to Elon Musk. That's the significance of this. Dude sucks. And you know what? Dude also stands for dictatorship. These people all portray themselves as libertarians, conservative libertarians. They want a free market of ideas, but they also want to destroy the free market because they are fascists. Because the idea that any of them were libertarian is just a lie. You can actually go and listen to the philosophers, and I use that term, loosely, that they all listen to. People like Balaji Srinivasan. He is a fascist. He has written a fascist screed called The Network Nation. And you want to know something? It's fascist as fuck. We've covered it. We've gone over it on this show. And you know what? There are other folks. There are other people who talk about like the I forget what it's called. Dark, not dark MAGA. It's like dark enlightenment, something like that. There's a very similar to Balaji Srinivasan. And all of these tech billionaires, Elon Musk included, come from that school of thought because it flatters their thinking. Yanis Varoufakis, former monetary head of Greece, describes this as a form of techno-feudalism. And he's right. Curtis Yarvin, thank you, Amber Blackwell. That's exactly who I was trying to think of. But Yanis Varoufakis describes this as techno-feudalism or cloud fascism. And it is what these people are. So when someone comes in here and tries to bullshit you that I don't believe that Elon Musk is a Nazi, then why the fuck is his entire ideology predicated on the things that fascists openly write about? Why the fuck is every person who surrounds him similarly aligned? And then you combine with the fact that he's constantly memeing about Nazism. He is constantly throwing things like Sieg Heils or references to eugenics into anything he says or does. It paints a picture that is pretty indisputable. He's a Nazi. And anyone who's trying to sell you on something else is just either one of the biggest idiots you've ever met, or is being deeply dishonest and trying to trick you. There's not really any in between there. Those are the only two possibilities. If someone's trying to bullshit you, yep, J.D. Vance comes from the school of Curtis Yarvin. Balaji Srinivasan has his grip in a lot of like the other tech billionaires. Yeah, there's a reason why in his cute little scene where he threw the Nazi salute twice, Elon Musk talks in broad terms, essentially saying the 14 words of white supremacy. There's a reason why 1488 is used in reference to Nazis. There's a reason. The 14 is referencing the 14 words, which is the go-to slogan of white nationalists about securing a future for white children. So anyone coming in here and trying to bullshit you that these people are not fascists, while there are literally multiple people on stage at this year's CPAC throwing Nazi salutes, they are just lying to you, and they are not people you should trust around yourself, your friends, your family, and especially not your goddamn kids. Because if there's one thing Nazis and Nazi collaborators like, it's kid diddling, and you should keep them safe. Okay? People, that's a good thing to point out, Banana Brains. People who are not Nazis will instantly and vehemently deny any allegations about them being Nazis. Actual Nazis will just calmly respond that they aren't a Nazi. Yep. And you know, I'm just gonna play this clip. Just a very smart, efficient man over here.
If you got to protect the First Amendment, it's not much more important than that.
Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of criticism, and people said, well, that proves he's a huge idiot from a, you know, like, look, you know, he voted for whatever, $44 billion, and now it's worth like 8 cents. And
it's not worth 8 cents.
But you know, there's that. But it was essentially to you know, buy freedom of expression.
Yeah, you know, definitely a very smart man right there. Didn't Matt Gaetz say 16-year-olds are the most fertile? You know, you're going to have to be way more specific because a lot of conservatives have said things like that, including someone else named Matt called Matt Walsh. You know? Also, just worth pointing out, someone so dedicated to efficiency should really maybe take a look at the fact that Kristi Noem has apparently let loose that Trump has directed her personally to launch a taxpayer-funded ad campaign dedicated to thanking Donald Trump. And it's going to cost $200 million. You know, if I was someone in charge of finding waste, fraud, and abuse in the US government and making it as efficient as possible, maybe spending $250 million on an ad campaign to stroke the ego of the president is probably not one of those things. But, you know, again, so many people cannot escape the idea that Elon Musk is like this goddamn genius. So many people are like, well, you know, maybe he's not a genius, but his companies, surely they're genius. They're not. Their big things is just production at scale. That's all Tesla has ever been. That's it. And like, there's something to be said about pushing a market in a given direction, but you know what? Any company could have done that. It is not special. There's no secret sauce to what Elon Musk has done or Tesla has done or anything like that. It's just mass production, something all companies have been doing in America
GOP
for a while.
town halls have called out the Doge BS.
Absolutely, Andrew S., and we'll get there. Don't you worry. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I do appreciate that.
I just wanted to throw out some material for anyone wanting to troll Elon. He's JP in the movie Grandma's Boy. An awkward genius who's really just a selfish jerk that steals the ideas of others.
Media Breakdown, thank you for the $9.99 super chat. I have never seen Grandma's Boy, so that reference goes over my head. Now, additionally, you know, historically, folks, do people who aren't tyrannical assholes declare war on Boston? Is that something that tyrannical assholes usually do? Yeah? Yeah? Well, apropos of nothing, completely unrelated, here is Tom Homan.
I read a story last night, the police commissioner of Boston. You said you doubled down on not helping the law enforcement officers of ICE.
Dude, I just want to, again, our enemies are so far cooked, they can barely get out sentences. Like, dude genuinely just, like, starts going...
It's hard to separate wealth and success from intelligence/skill/talent in the minds of victims of capitalism.
Exactly, prop games. Exactly. Before we continue this clip, that's exactly why, especially in a lot of my videos recently, I've been going on and on and on about the fact that these people are not Tony fucking Stark. They're not geniuses. They're not Mr. Fantastic. They are not these guys who are going to build Iron Man suits and build us moon bases. These are just guys who happen to get rich. That's it. We have had guys throughout all of history who happen to get rich, who are full of terrible ideas. And we just have an incredible crop of rich dudes with terrible ideas recently. Okay? And there's a big difference between winning a lottery and being smart. And a lot of people don't understand the difference in America because, frankly, there's been a lot of propaganda shoved down a lot of people's throats to see, like, having a lot of money as a sign of being really, really smart. And that's just never been the case. Plenty of... I'm gonna throw this out there. The smartest people to ever exist, generally speaking, tend to wind up dying either middle class or poor as shit. That's just kind of how it goes. Because generally speaking, your Einsteins, you know, your the guy I'm thinking of invented the theory of gravity. Jesus. My brain. Stephen Hawking. Yeah, that'll be one. Not even who I'm thinking of. Oppenheimer. Newton. Goddamn Newton. Jesus Christ. My brain sometimes, guys, just... One of the things my brain does, it just takes information that I generally don't need to pull on and just, like, puts it on a back shelf in my brain, and then I just can't find it when I need it sometimes. Yes, inventor of the Fig Newton, exactly. That's why he died penniless. But the entire thing is just, like, they buy... Like, rich assholes buy media to make them seem smart. Whereas people who are actually smart just quietly work away at their smart people things, on their papers, their treaties, their experimentation, you know? That's what smart people tend to do. They tend to have their special interests, and they toil away at those special interests until they die. And meanwhile, rich people tend to care about the perception of being seen as smart. And so they buy ad campaigns, they buy projects to make them seem smart. It's why, historically, a lot of rich people housed and paid for actual smart people and scientists. It was to increase their own prestige by proximity, to be able to seem smart and worldly and educated by, you know, supporting the arts, by supporting the sciences. That's why they did it. It was part of the propaganda. Okay. But historically, guys, do tyrants do well in Boston? I can't remember.
I'm coming to Boston. I'm bringing hell with me.
Do you know how cooked? Do you know how cooked that audience has to be? Where they're hooting and hollering for a guy to declare war on Boston? Dog, you're gonna get your asses kicked. Historically, Boston does not take kindly to kings and tyrants. I think I remember something about some guys in red coats at one point. Yeah, I don't know. Guys in red coats and telling a king to fuck off. I'm not a historian. But if Elon Musk isn't the fascist, it's really weird that he, shares a stage with people who, are fascists. That's weird to me.
I'm sorry to interrupt again. I wanted to bring up the indoctrination of working hard when I was in school. The heroic folklore hero John Henry beat the steam-powered machine there to take his job. He also died. True.
John Henry is cool as fuck, though. I will say, I'm a John Henry stan. I think we can maybe adapt that folkloric story to make it better, but yeah. I think the might of workers will always prevail. That being said, yeah, Elon Musk isn't a fascist, despite the Sig Heiling, despite the fact that he's inspired a series of it, despite the fact that what he's doing right now is indisputably fascist, trying to elevate the president of the United States above the Supreme Court, above Congress. But the people around him are really saying some fashy things.
Donald Trump is not violating the Constitution. Donald Trump is restoring the American Constitution. Donald Trump is...
We need a side-by-side here of this guy and Hitler justifying his rise to dictator,
is the living embodiment of the American Constitution. Donald Trump is embodying the values of our...
How could he be above the Constitution? He is the Word made flesh.
Founding fathers for the first time in a long time in Washington, D.C. President Trump...
Is that Jack Posobiec? Yep.
Came up and he found the destiny of the American people lying in the gutter. And he picked it up with his bare hands and he yelled, "Fight, fight, fight!" And the American people...
Which I believe is a reference to what he said prior to January 6th. American destiny was brought back to life on January 6th by him totally not inciting a riot. But anyway, guys, he totally didn't do coordinate an attack on the Capitol. But anyway, this moment was when, he resurrected the spirit of America. You can't have it both ways, Jack.
Delivered their mandate to him and put it on his head. And as President Trump himself said just a few days ago, a man who saves his nation violates no law.
Yeah, all these people definitely not fascists. And yet, they're saying the most fascist things we've heard since 1945. If they're not fascists, why are they literally quoting and cheering on ideas that put the president above any kind of law?
That is the way forward in America. Donald Trump is not violating the Constitution. Donald Trump is restoring the American Constitution. Donald Trump is the living embodiment of the American Constitution. Donald Trump is embodying the values of our founding fathers for the first time in a long time in Washington, D.C. President Trump.
Is it a... Oh, it's also a reference to when Donald Trump was shot? Yeah. Yeah, you know, one man's destruction of the Constitution and shitting all over it, I guess, is another man's wearing it. It's a real Elden Ring dung eater situation. Anyway, it's time for us to do a little Bible study here, folks. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. Anyway, just a little Bible study sesh. A few things. What the fuck is that? Oh, this? It's just a golden goat idol made out of Donald Trump $100 bills erected in Mar-a-Lago. This is just literally a golden Donald Trump life-size statue that was at CPAC last year. Or maybe it was 2 years ago? I don't remember. But, yeah. Anyway, images and Bible quote, totally unrelated, I'm sure. Totally unrelated, I'm sure. Yeah, it looks pretty, if I was a God-fearing individual, I would say that maybe that seems a little bit like what Moses saw when he came down from the mountain, and caused him to throw down one of the tablets. Just throwing that out there. And, look. Just one last thing about CPAC.
Collected tariffs.
One last thing. Donald Trump spoke at CPAC, after a bunch of Nazis saluted all over it. And, wouldn't you know it, he had some dumb shit to say, too. I found the crown in the gutter and I picked it up. He's referencing Napoleon. Oh, I didn't pick that up. Well, Media Breakdown, thank you for pointing that out. Great. Yeah.
Word tariff is my favorite word in the dictionary. We were the richest relatively think of this, from 1870 to 1913. That was our richest because we collected tariffs from foreign countries.
That's not why America was wealthy during that time period. America's wealthy during that time period because of industrialization. That's why America was wealthy during that time. And, I just have to throw it out there. America wound up doing what in 1914? I can't seem to remember.
That came in and took our jobs and took our money, took our everything, but they charged tariffs. And
yeah, it definitely had nothing to do with World War I, the Great Depression, World War II.
We had so much money, they set up the 1887. Think of that, a long time ago. 1887 Tariff Commission. It was a commission of very important people to determine where we should spend all of the tremendous, vast wealth that we had. We had so much wealth. Wouldn't it be nice today? Of course, now we give it away to...
Whoa, Pluvius. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? On average, America was wealthy, but most Americans weren't. Why, in order for that to be true, Money would have to be highly concentrated in an elite group of people. I don't know. Maybe we can call that elite group robber barons or something, because of their tendency to rob everyone else of their money. I don't know. Just a thought I had. I'm not someone who's studied history, though, or anything.
Transgender this, transgender that. Everybody gets a transgender operation. It's just wonderful. No, we give it away.
We do? Hooray! We all get a transgender operation. You get a transgender. You get a transgender. You get a transgender. We all get a transgender operation. Things that historically everyone gets for free. Everyone. And, aren't horrendously expensive for individuals to get. Almost prohibitively expensive for individuals to get. Yeah. They're just giving out like Tic Tacs.
Way like to crazy things, but in those days, it was different. It was a different world. It was a different country, but we were very rich because of tariffs. The word tariff is my...
Everything's so dumb. We live in such a dumb time. And that's by design, by the way. Like, fascism, and I've talked about this at length. You can especially go and check out the video I did on fascism on the YouTube channel. But, like, fascism is by design dumb. It's by design an anti-intellectual ideology. It is designed to reject empirical reality and replace it with a fiction, replace it with, an imagined reality. And the advantage of that imagined reality is that it does not have to be backed up by facts, because anytime a fact becomes inconvenient, the imagined reality can shift around that fact or explain it away by connecting that inconvenience with a marginalized group that is pushed aside by society. And in the imagined reality of the fascist is, thus, the imaginary fiction is maintained. So, like, it has its uses for fascist ideologues, right? But understand fundamentally that what we're dealing with here are people who are dumb as shit. And that works to our advantage. It is very, very scary when they have as much power as they have, but also understand that they have not amassed enough power to effectively win the game yet. Okay? There's a reason why currently there are schisms erupting across the Republican Party. There's a reason why Republicans are currently freaked out to the extent that they're going to try tomorrow to rush through the House budget proposal. And we're going to see if that passes. Apparently, it's an all-hands-on-deck situation for the Democrats tomorrow, so we'll see if they manage to pull enough support away from the budget resolution. I know Bernie Sanders is currently barnstorming across the country in Republican swing districts in order to bring out people, in order to amass pressure against vulnerable Republicans. Okay? They're like Bernie Sanders, one of the few politicians, and God bless him, we need 100 more like him. Because he's one of the very few Democrats who actually, well, I guess he's technically an independent, I believe, but dude's actually viewing and analyzing this situation correctly and getting out there and doing shit. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, same thing, actually getting out there and doing shit. But the issue here is that the people we need are Republicans. We need Republicans to show up and pressure, or people who at the very least live in these Republican swing districts. And we need to make sure they aren't able to consolidate this power. It's possible that tomorrow we could stop the attempted cut of Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. It's also possible we lose. But either way, if we win, that will mean we have mobilized a critical mass of people and are going to continue mobilizing as we go forward to increase pressure, because that pressure is not going to go back down after these budget votes. Too many people are aware of how fucked everything is right now. Okay? With all of the federal firings going on. And if it does go through, if these cuts do happen, I think we're going to see maybe one of the biggest backlashes in American history. Because, like, guys, right now, you guys have heard me talk about the cool zone. We've been in the cool zone for the last couple weeks, and we're still in it. If they manage to pass a budget, because keep in mind, I think we're like 12 days away from a government shutdown. And it could be that Dems are able to successfully shut down the government. You know? But if Republicans hold to this and are the ones who drive this into a shutdown scenario, or even worse, succeed, people are going to start flipping out. People rely on the government functioning. People rely on their
Indivisible
checks.
had 120 members join a meeting in my district to discuss strategy. I couldn't attend because of my aunt's service.
Well, Andrew S., that's wonderful news, because Indivisible's also been doing a rural caucus in order to mobilize a lot of rural voters in order to increase pressure on Republicans in particular. And I think that there is an excellent chance that that stands to succeed in particularly unexpected ways. Some of the videos we've been seeing coming out about this mounting Republican pressure on Republican politicians is kind of insane. You know, we're getting videos out of districts that went to Trump by 40 points, where their elected officials in the Senate or the House are getting chewed out by their constituents. And they don't know what to do. Okay? They don't know what to do. And it's part of why things are getting real weird in Washington in the past 24 hours in particular. But I've rambled here. All I'm trying to say here is that Elon Musk is a fascist. He is a Nazi. Let me put it this way. At the very least, Elon Musk is a fascist. But I believe he is a Nazi. And I also believe that Donald Trump is a fascist. Okay? I believe that a lot of these people in the US government under the Republican banner are fascist. It is the purpose of Project 2025 to bring about a fascist dictator. That is what the Unitarian executive theory is. Okay? That's what they're trying to do. Put a president above law, above Congress, in order to reign supreme. That's why they're all joking right now about a Donald Trump third term. And what I'm trying to say here, to wrap all of this up, is that there is mounting pushback against this, because not everyone in America is Orion. Not everyone in America is so easily duped by these fascist fucks. Not everyone in America is asleep at the wheel, barreling down towards a cliff. Some of us are goddamn awake, and we're going to try and do something about it. It is not enough anymore for us to sit idly by, know what is happening, and then just go and vote in 2 years. We don't have that luxury. We have to look at where we're at and what we can do. And then we need to act. We need to have a plan of action, each one of us. No one's going to be able to hand you that plan. Okay? but you need to think of one. You need to figure out what you can do, because each one of us needs to be doing something. Because if each one of us is doing something, that will be enough to stop what is happening from getting worse. And so, what I'm going to ask you all to do, if you are looking for your plan, you're looking for what you can do, all right? I'm going to give you a couple of ideas, all right? Number one is you can make your calls to your elected officials, all right? We have a group called 5calls.org, which will enable you to hook up with contact info for your elected representatives in Congress. Call them. Call them every day, each day, about a new topic that will maximize the impact of your calls. If you can, visit their offices. And also consider writing them emails. That is one thing you can do. Another thing you can do, folks, is you can join Indivisible. All right? There are Indivisible protests erupting all across the nation in every corner of the country. Okay? Go to mobilize.us/indivisible. And you can find a protest near you, or you can make your own protest for other people to attend. So go. It's time to stop thinking about it. It's time to actually go. All right? What can we say to them? I have joined Indivisible. One thing you can say to them is that, also 5 Calls provides you, here, I'll just throw it up on screen, provides you with different topics you can talk about, okay? Gives you different topics. You can click on them. It'll give you like a rough script of what you can say, etc. Okay? Another thing you can do is you can either attend or create a Tesla takedown protest. These are happening all across the country at basically every Tesla dealership. You can mobilize and join or create a protest to protest Tesla, to protest Elon Musk's involvement in Tesla. Now, you might think that this might not be a particularly useful strategy, okay? But I'm just going to throw this out there, all right? Elon Musk has approximately a quarter of his wealth invested in Tesla. $100 billion. Tanking that stock through protest or getting him ousted from Tesla would severely impact his personal finances. And I think that any attack on his finances is good for all of us. Because one of the reasons he is particularly dangerous right now is because of his wealth. Okay? Consider doing that. Additionally, folks, and this one's a big one, consider joining this effort from Commit to Democracy, where the premise of it is you can write postcards to individuals in Wisconsin in order to get them out to vote on the upcoming April 1st state Supreme Court election. Now, what's happening here is Wisconsin periodically has state Supreme Court races. And this particular one has the potential to flip the state Supreme Court from a currently liberal-leaning court to a conservative one. And the conservative in this race is being funded and backed by Elon Musk. So, in order to counteract all of that Elon Musk money, we need as many people as possible to come out and vote against Brad Schimmel. Okay? That is the Republican in the race who we need to lose. Okay? And one of the things we need to keep in mind with all of this is the only way we beat money is with people power. So we need to get out people to vote. This is one of the ways you can do it. If you cannot be present on the ground, you can write postcards to likely Democrat voters. Let them know when the election is and why it's important to come out. It's really, really easy. I encourage you all to sign up. You know, you can sign up for, there are different thresholds of postcards. It's really great. It's really good, really easy. You fill out a small questionnaire, and then you select how many names you want for the postcards. You can get 25, 50, 75, 100, 150, 200, 250, 300, or even more. So let's get it done. I just provided you with 4 different things you can do. Choose at least one and get to work, because we all need to pitch in to keep this ship afloat. And I think we can do it. But we all need to work together. Most of his wealth is in assets. Yep. Most rich people have most of their wealth in assets. God. Now, folks, we've been going for over 2 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button on Twitch. Hit that subscribe button on YouTube. Like the YouTube stream. You know, hit that like button. That's important, folks. How we doing? How we doing on the likes? I'm gonna berate you if we're slacking. All right. Now, folks, we have 290 some people watching right now and 130 likes. I think we can hit 150 easy. I think we can do that. That's very doable. Let's go, folks. I forgore? Hell yeah. Love when people forgore, but then correct. You know, I wanted to start on a good note and then move into like more of the bad stuff, but we really that segment really got Ryan all over it, and fuck Ryan specifically, and fuck Nazis in particular. And you know, I will always pause my stream to shit all over Nazis and people who are doing Nazi apologia. Goddamn, Ryan. It's crazy how sometimes people are like, oh yeah, well, do you think this guy who was a Nazi in the past was bad? And it's like, yeah, I fucking do. Yeah, I think the second we got our hands on him, he should have been 6 feet in the ground. Like, that's not a hard question to ask me. Fucking dipshits. Hell yeah, Gamer G. I totally missed the DSA meeting, but for a very good reason. For a very, very good reason. And I may tell you guys. But folks, if you've been enjoying the stream, consider hitting that follow button, subscribe button, like button, and also consider dropping subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because this show is brought to you by viewers like you. I literally couldn't make it happen without you guys. You guys are what make this show possible, all right? Do it! Got any oilers out there? Oil for the riverboat? I got so much to do. Fuck, Gamer G, same. I worked so much today. Oh, God. Oilers, Allers, and Allers and chat. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't have brought in a bunch of Nazi scientists. Yeah, it's not rocket science to say, hey, maybe we shouldn't have Nazis. What's your take on conservatives finding the writings of Evola and accelerationism? My take is that I don't. Can I be
UK
honest?
Shimp Solidarity Jack X.
Hannah, thank you for the 99 pound super chat. I appreciate that immensely. Thank you very much. And UK Shimp Solidarity to you as well. Yeah, my take on that is that I don't really care about them finding it. It's in my mind, fascism is fascism. And you can have like your phalangist, you can have your, Mussoliniite, you can have your different flavor of it, but ultimately I don't give a shit. And I will oppose it until there's no breath left in my body. Like ultimately, if they want to embrace the death cult mentality of their death cult ideology, and die faster, more so the better for me, from my perspective. That's kind of my perspective, I guess. Shimp.
Gonna be heading to bed. Let's end on a laugh.
Why does it slow down? The intonation is fascinating on the text-to-speech. Andrew S., thank you for the $5 super chat. I very much appreciate that. God. Thank you, Andrew S., for all in the riverboat. And to Hannah for all in the riverboat. Waddle, 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 waddle.
I have an interview tomorrow. Wish me luck.
Tearstar, good luck with your interview. I hope it goes well. You got this. You got this. There's a Christian cult trying to cause the end of the world so Jesus comes back. Yeah, evangelicals tend to be like that. It's not even like one specific flavor of Christian. It's like the entire evangelical church. I came out of that upbringing. I literally have books by oh god, what's his name? Hal. His name Hal something. Hal Lindsey. There we go. Hal Lindsey really digs that fulfillment of end time scripture. Yeah. I had a bunch of his books growing up, and I read all of them. It's very it's got its claws in a lot of evangelical groups. Yep, One-Eyed Heathen. I have a copy. I even like brought it with me to my apartment when I got here. But yeah, I have a copy of Late Great Planet Earth. But I read a lot of the other ones too, because it was an entire series of books. Beep boop. All right. So let's return to some of the good news here, folks. Oh, Megadoo, I spent my summers in northern Minnesota. I have a fondness for it, but yeah, absolutely full of religious people like that. Folks. So, folks, we got some good news. All right, we got some. Has somebody made Trump a golden calf? I mean, it's not a calf so much as a goat, but yeah. You asked the very apropos question, Jason Kelly, and the answer to it is yes. Somebody did make him one, and also, you know, made him this monstrosity. So that's cool. Goddamn deifying that that motherfucker. Yeah, the goat. No, I literally retweeted that by quoting by quoting the Ten Commandments. It's literally like sacrilegious, heretical to like build this in the first place. Crazy stuff. Anyway, whatever. So, folks, there's a lot of bad shit happening right now, but I did want to start. Ah!
I did a 4-week hike in the boundary waters of Minnesota.
Yo!
Absolutely gorgeous, although the state birds, mosquitoes, were massive.
If you time your hiking right, there will be no mosquitoes, but sometimes if the timing is off, you get some bad mosquitoes or like horse flies out there. Also, Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I very much appreciate it. And also, I went camping in the Boundary Waters once, but I got lost with my dad. And we wound up wandering for a while and managed to run into a couple of other backpackers who were able to point us in the right direction with a map, and we were like, okay, cool. We know where we are now. We made our way back, but in the course of getting lost, I believe we wandered across the Canadian border and then wandered back, of course. But yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous up there. Male goats piss on their own heads to attract females. Damn, okay. Damn, yeah, I was an undocumented immigrant up there. Now, folks, let's jump into this. So, folks, there is a thing called diversity, equity, and inclusion. I don't know, but apparently Donald Trump not a big fan of it, and luckily we got a new court case saying, hey, those DEI executive orders that Donald Trump put out, they actually violate the Constitution, and in fact, we're striking them down. So, major win here, as pointed out by Mark Elias. Excellent work over at Democracy Docket, by the way. All of you should check it out. But yeah, it's great. It's great stuff. This is maybe one of the biggest defeats he has seen in court so far. So, and one thing that I find very significant about this is that they are still very worried about what the courts are going to do, which is good for us. Because if they weren't worried about the courts, that's when we really have to start getting worried. You know, like, I mean, we should be worried already. If you're paying any amount of attention, you should be worried. But, like, the signal of them not being afraid of the courts indicates that they have amassed enough power where they can effectively ignore it, ignore the outcomes. And that is when we start getting into a much cooler part of the cool zone. And that would be bad for everybody involved. Okay? additionally, I did want to point this out. Okay? And it is frankly that there are a lot of people in this country beyond the courts, just average, everyday working people who are extraordinarily angry about what is happening in this country, who are, ready to fight. And no, like when it comes to ordinary people, they're not just ready to fight in the courts. They're not just ready to fight by calling their legislator. They're ready to like throw down fisticuffs in the streets over this. And they're not afraid to say it out loud with their whole chest. And it's great to see, because we need more and more people to express that they are ready, if need be, to do that. Because one of the things we are currently engaged in, just as a whole, as a movement against fascism, is to demonstrate that they cannot simply roll over us, that there is in fact an awareness and an appetite for conflict in the American people against people who would be kings. I think that slumbering in the heart of almost every American, that fight exists. And it takes a certain amount of awareness and a certain amount of willingness in order to rouse that fight into a blazing inferno. But stuff like this, town halls like this, I was watching this at maybe like 2 o'clock in the morning. I stumbled across this because I was too stressed out to sleep. This was maybe 2 nights ago. And I came across this footage from a town hall. And it made me tear up because this, to me, this is beautiful. All right? This, to me, this made me go, fuck yeah. If need be, we ball. This is part 1 of 2.
I'm a 20-year veteran teacher. As I said, I've been behind you in local stores. You came to the 100th anniversary of the Albany Library branch celebration where my band played inside, okay? I saw you on TV at NOAA. I saw you on TV at the Department of Education. What I'm saying is this. Somebody asked you what your red line was, and you said that the time is always right to go. Does that mean the red line has already been crossed? Because I think it has. If you ask us to show up, Congressman Tonko, we will show up.
Now, this is, again, a 20-year veteran teacher who, he's got a band. He plays music. He cares about his students. He wants to show up in order to make a better world for his kids. That's what he has dedicated his life to doing. And he is here talking to a Democratic, congressman, imploring him, we are here. We are willing to fight, and we will lay ourselves down in order to win this fight. But we need you guys, our elected representatives, to fight alongside us. Okay? Here's part 2. And this is what against my better judgment, this is the kind of shit that makes me feel patriotic. Not politicians doing, their political stunts, but average working people coming out and saying, no kings, no Nazis, no collaborators.
You ask us to show up, Congressman Tonko, we will show up. In DC. But it cannot be. We have to take the gloves off. We can't live for protocol. They're not playing by the rules. We have to take it to them. When I saw you at those places, and I saw you next to Maxine Waters, again, I was so proud that my representative was on the front line, right there. But I thought about Jimmy Carter, and I thought about John Lewis. And I know what John Lewis would have done. He would have gotten arrested that day. Make them out outlaw you. We will stand behind you. We will be there with you. I will get arrested with you. I will do it. You asked us to
Dude got a standing ovation from a room of liberals for calling on his congressman to go and get himself arrested. And we will all get arrested alongside you. This is the kind of fight we need. This is the kind of spirit we need to cultivate. These are, guys, these are not leftists. These are liberals. These are liberals saying, we will go with you and we will go into that building alongside you in order to make sure that what is right is done. That's solidarity, that's organizing, and that's bravery. We need more of that. Okay? We need more of that. Because honestly, we're getting to a point of radicalization here where, like, we need demonstrations of nonviolence on that scale. We need people willing to go and get arrested in order to make points to our elected officials and to our government. That is a room of liberals awakening and rising to the political moment, understanding the existential threat that we are all currently under, and saying, we will stand up alongside you. And that is good. Because one of my biggest worries was that we were just going to continue sleepwalking through a fascist takeover. But that does not appear to be what we're doing. To our credit. So this is good news. Wait, was he Fed posting? No, because he's not saying we're going to go in there and we're going to kill those guys. He's saying we're going to go in there and we're going to non-violently protest in the, vein of like the civil rights movement. That's what he's saying. But that is still a very extreme position for liberals to take. Okay? No, and that's the thing, Simric. That's the thing. Most of the mainstream media here is not covering stuff like this. Or if they are, they're giving it kind of like this milquetoast veneer of like, oh man, Republicans really get an earful from their constituents. And it's like, that's not what's happening. There have not been sufficient pieces done on the pure, unadulterated rage that people have for this current administration, So, like, so many people they just want their Democratic elected officials to fight. And every day there's more news rolling out of, thousands more workers fired, or, the people working on the H5N1 flu got fired. And like, God, I went down a rabbit hole the other day about like the avian flu and how it could kill up to 1 billion people, and I'm just like, geez, I can't do that right now. I can't deal with that on top of everything else. But like, holy moly, firing the people working on solving that problem seems like a really bad idea. They read stories about like the people who safeguard our nuclear arsenal getting fired. They read about the absolutely transparent graft going on in the US government, where we're just handing out billions of dollars to these private corporations. Okay? And, meanwhile, we have like existential problems that are getting, yo-yoed around. Last week I was going to talk about it and I never quite got around to it because by the time I was going to talk about it, it had been reversed. But like something like 850 staff from like indigenous hospitals have been fired on from like the health service that provides healthcare on native reservations. Like a 10, like I think it was something like 1/10 of the staff there got fired, effectively like crippling their ability to provide health services across the nation. And luckily RFK Jr. reversed that decision, but like this is not the sign of a government that is doing well. You know, like this is indecision. This is multiple factions working against each other. This is chaos. And a lot of that chaos is by design, but people get fucking angry at chaos in a government because guess what? The government has been designed specifically to not be chaotic. When you have a government service, you want it to be as stable as possible because the stability of the government is one of its core functions, one of its core value prospects. And so messing with that destroys the value of the government for a lot of people, and it makes them really mad because not only is that the value that the government provides to them, but they also know people in government. They also know, you know, people have been fired. People who can no longer get the services they were required to live. Oh, sneeze. Sorry. So, like, this is all making people very angry. And one of the final straws, I think, especially for Republicans, a lot of Republicans, which, by the way, were cackling happily along with a lot of the other cuts that were being made. But suddenly, USAID was cut. Why is that a big deal? Because USAID buys a lot of crops. 20% of USAID's budget goes directly to American farmers, buying their crops, you know, giving them income stability. All right? Suddenly they're realizing, oh, wait, a massive amount of my crops aren't going to be bought by the government anymore because of all the cuts, because all the people who bought the crops are gone. Suddenly, they're hearing about their elected representatives secretly trying to cut Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. Those three things by themselves are services that keep entire towns, entire cities alive. Okay? Aging small towns are kept afloat by those programs. Rural hospitals are kept afloat by those programs. Like when you cut those, when you cut half the people off of Medicaid, suddenly all of these Republicans who've been like, yeah, make the government efficient again, make it work like a corporation, hell yeah, trickle-down economics. Suddenly they're realizing that trickle-down economics is just rich assholes peeing on them and telling them it's rain. And they legitimately thought it was all just a joke to own the libs. But suddenly the services they rely on are being threatened, and they're not happy about it either. So they're turning out, and they're fighting as well. All right? Like, it's crazy. But not only that, we've got folks like Sean Fain. We got folks out there like Sean Fain. Dude could very easily be president if he wants to be. Just throwing that out there.
That can't decide who the fuck they want to represent.
If anyone can find this full speech, by the way, I would love to see it. I haven't been able to track it down. But Sean Fain here calling out the Democratic Party for not being combative enough. Calling out specifically spineless cowards like Hakeem Jeffries, leader of the House, where Hakeem Jeffries, before he decides anything, has to run off to Silicon Valley to consult his billionaire friends who currently work for the Republicans. Dude is awful and should resign. Hakeem Jeffries, resign. And Sean Fain out here saying they can't decide who the fuck they want to be. And you know what? Why is Jeffries being so flaccid? Because he's like the bane. I'm going to say this. He's like the bane of Democratic politics. He's been raised in the Citizens United money, bathed in it. His entire existence as a political figure has been fueled and funded by big tech billionaires. And he cannot imagine doing politics any other way after having been so thoroughly molded by it. That's his problem. And a lot of people in the Democratic Party haven't realized yet how big a threat, how big of a dagger is being held to the political throat of their party by this big money infiltration. All right? They haven't realized it. And I think that this is kind of a wake-up call for a lot of Democrats, just how beholden they are to money. Okay? Can we replace Hakeem Jeffries one of our daily phone calls to our elected representatives? Sure. Why not? He's like Bane if Bane shattered his own spine. Exactly. The Dems know it's weaponized incompetence. I think that there are still a number of Democrats in the House and in the Senate who they know that money plays a role, but I want to think that they are on some level like caught by surprise here, but I'm open to being wrong on that one. There's a part of me that wants to believe that there can be a wake-up call sufficient for them to actually do something. But I think that wake-up call is going to be overwhelming public pressure. Like, I think at the end of the day, what it has to be is that via our democratic processes, via our organizing, we need to be the ones to replace the dagger at the political throat of the Democratic Party. Like that needs to be kind of what happens, where like it doesn't matter how much money you raise, we will mobilize and end your political career the second you turn on us. We need to be politically aware and be politically active and enough to do that. That should be our goal. So that's kind of where I'm at. Like Hakeem Jeffries knows. Yeah, Hakeem Jeffries absolutely knows. He's spineless. He's been bought. He's been paid for. He's their pet dog. And that's why I think we need to change our tune in relation to some of these elected officials from like, you need to fight for us, to you need to resign. You need to get out of the way. You need to get out of the way, or we will make you get out of the way. Because the fight is going to happen regardless, with or without Democrats. And I would really rather we are able to stop them via political means rather than things escalate, But who knows? Who knows where we're going to be? Like, all I'm going to say here is that this shit infuriates me.
Are you satisfied with Democratic leadership right now? Do you think Democratic leadership is doing enough, or would you like them to see them do more?
Well, I think that we have to realize that we're in the minority. They have the White House, they have the House, and they have the Senate. So the tools that are available to us here as legislators, certainly as senators, members of Congress, they are limited.
And are you
like, no, I'm sorry, if you give an answer like this on television, that should be a career ending for you as a Democrat. You were elected as a leader for your people. And if the kind of leadership you espouse on television to the people you represent is that, oh, well, there's nothing we can do, you need to be gone. You need to flee before your constituents tar and feather you in the next election. All right? Like, I'm sorry. This should be a career ending. Because saying, oh, geez, we've done everything we can in the face of a fascist coup is not good enough. Okay? You gotta fight. You gotta fight like there's an intruder in your home who means to kill you. Because that's what we are dealing with on a political level here. Mitch McConnell thwarted the President of the United States and a mostly majority Congress for years. Open his playbook. Get creative.
Satisfied?
Like, geez Louise. Okay? One of the things here that I just wanted to take a look at. All right? Where did I put it? It might be back here. Yeah, here we go. Democracy Now!
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
Amy!
1 month into Donald Trump's second presidency, he's mostly governed through executive orders and carried out his agenda with sweeping cuts by the richest man in the world, Elon Musk, the billionaire, and his so-called Department of Government Efficiency, all of which has generated a slew of protests, lawsuits, judicial rebukes. This week, Trump shared an illustration of himself wearing a crown with the headline, "Long Live the King."
Fuck the king. God, I can't even. Let's skip ahead here.
Bernie Sanders' recent pieces for The Lever headlined, "Trump just limited your payout for airline mishaps." Elon doesn't want you to know his DEI past. And Musk just scored more government cash while pushing education cuts. Well, you're here for a big podcast convention. You were talking about climate.
No, it's David
but
Sirota.
Talk about what's happening right now and the level of resistance.
This is David Sirota, not Ben Stiller. Ben Stiller's busy directing Severance Season 2.
I think what we have to understand is that the question that we have to ask is, why is Donald Trump behaving the way he's behaving when his party already controls Congress and the courts? What is the point of trying to do what he's doing without going through the normal process of legislating? Right? If you want to close down the Department of Education, if you want to close down the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the way to try to do that is through legislation, through passing it through Congress, having the law upheld in court. His party controls those institutions. So why hasn't the White House tried to do that through the normal process? And I think if you step back, what you see is what they're trying to do is create the precedent that a president can do whatever a president wants, that it's not a co-equal branch of government, that essentially it is a king, an elected king. And I think they're relying on the idea that people, or at least their base, doesn't necessarily know or care about what the difference between a president in a co-equal branch of government is versus an elected monarch. They're trying to create a precedent that presidents cannot be constrained at all.
And your response to Elon Musk saying, we're talking about the thrashing of the bureaucracy as we try to restore democracy. I mean, you watch Fox and all they're talking about is laughing about people getting doged. They're cutting the fat out. You're not hearing about what the services are that are being slashed, sliced and diced across this country.
This is an old tactic. This reminds me of the Gingrich era. Newt Gingrich, when he rose to power in Congress, would.
I mean, one of the quotes that has stuck with me, and I don't remember where we saw it. I think I covered it on the show, but it's all circuses, no bread. You know, they're giving everyone nothing but distraction. That's it. You know, and that's what they're providing to their voters, but that only goes for so long. You know, your Republican voters rely on these services, and they're going to find out that you're trying to fuck them over. They're gonna find out. No matter how many circuses you throw, they're gonna figure out that the bread has stopped. You know? They're gonna start getting hungry.
Come out and pick out one or two science projects that sounds on its face ridiculous. Oh, the government's spending $2 million to study cow flatulence. Oh, this means that the entire government is wasteful. Meanwhile, there's a reliance that there's not an understanding of what scientific research ends up developing. And I think they're applying that across the board. And we have to ask the question, well, why? The richest man in the world is also one of the largest government contractors. So there's an inherent conflict of interest Oh,
but I thought he was just so efficient at his job. He's just so efficient. That's why he's so rich. It's not because the government gave him all his money.
In the case of the Trump administration, I guess, an alignment of interest. The more you cut public services, the more it creates essentially the impetus to hire private contractors, and the guy who's doing the overseeing of the cutting happens to be one of the largest private contractors.
You recently said on social media, quote, "It's not really a political party at this point. It's better understood as a country club with status perks for its emeritus leaders." And referring to the Democratic Party in response to news that former VP presidential candidate Kamala Harris had signed with CAA to represent her on her post-White House initiatives, including speaking engagements and possible book deals.
Look, the Democratic Party doesn't seem to be interested in changing, at least not yet. They reelected their same leaders who oversaw the policy and party positioning that led to Trump's re-election.
Yeah, and I don't know that is possible to do again. I hope it's not. Like, I hope this level of awareness of Donald Trump is going to lead people to better options in the coming elections. Because right now, folks, I don't know how many of you have had time or the bandwidth to actually look around at what different potential power players in 2028 might be doing. But they're showing you their worth right now in this time of crisis. And I think it's worth taking note, you know, if we do get to a 2028 elections, and I do think we will, barely, who in the field right now is actually doing the work to oppose fascism in a meaningful way? You know, in the last election cycle, I heard a lot of buzz about folks like Gretchen Whitmer. I heard a lot of buzz about Josh Shapiro, you know, folks who wanted to run for president. You know, they're gearing up for it. And I gotta tell you guys, Gretchen Whitmer, right now, she's touting how she's like deployed National Guard troops to arrest undocumented immigrants. Josh Shapiro is talking about how much he's looking forward to bipartisanship with the administration. But you know who's not? You know who's not doing that? And I think it is worth pointing out because honestly, I was really impressed. And I just really want to emphasize, I really want to emphasize that, like, I think J.B. Pritzker has the potential to be the real deal. And I know that he's a billionaire, and that counts as a huge mark against him in my book. However, I will point out that he is, by every metric I can figure out, actually walking the walk to oppose this motherfucker, you know? Let's see, where is it? I have so many tabs, I'm sorry. Taking me a minute. Here it is. This is a statement he put out 5 days ago, and I just thought it was really good. It's one of the few statements from an elected Democrat where I'm like, dude actually kind of gets it. He understands the political moment. The root that tears apart your foundation begins as a seed of distrust, hate, and blame. The seed that grew into a dictatorship in Europe didn't arrive overnight. It started with everyday Germans mad about inflation and looking for someone to blame. I'm watching alongside Illinoisans what's happening in our country right now with dread. The authoritarian playbook is laid bare. They point to a group of people who don't look like you and tell you to blame them for your problems. What comes next? My oath is to the Constitution of our state and of our country. We do not have kings in America, and I don't intend to bend the knee to one. I'm not speaking up in service to my ambitions, but in deference to my obligations. It took the Nazis 1 month, 3 weeks, 2 days, 8 hours, and 40 minutes to dismantle a constitutional republic. When the fire starts to burn, every good person better be ready to man a post with a bucket of water if you want to stop it from raging out of control. Tyranny requires your fear and your silence and your compliance. Democracy requires your courage. So gather your justice and humanity, Illinois, and do not let despair overcome us when our country needs us the most. One of the few people in this entire country of elected Democratic officials actually saying what is happening. And I know that that is a low fucking bar. A low bar. But it's an important one to clear, I think we'll all agree. And the fact that there is someone currently brave enough to say it directly and with their chest counts for a lot. You know? At least in my book. And I think that this could be the guy with the juice. I know that Illinois has been doing pretty well under J.B. Pritzker. I think maybe he could make it work, you know? So all I'm saying is pay attention to the Democratic field right now and look at people who are actually doing what they need to be doing in this time of crisis. You've got Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, you've got J.B. Pritzker, you've got Bernie Sanders, and you've got a handful of other folks. But it is a thin field out there. And like, we've got to do more. We've got to do more. And like, I don't know. I think that if you are someone who cares about democracy, about freedom, about not being ruled by kings or Nazi fucks, you have to be ready to do everything you can to prevent that reality from happening. You have to be ready to go out and vote. You have to be ready to go out and protest. You have to be ready to go out and call your elected officials. You have to be ready to do the work. Because democracy is not born out of complacency. Democracy is born out of action. All of us working together is what makes democracy happen. And we'll see. But I just wanted to say that because that David Sirota reminded me of J.B. Pritzker there.
That's the same leadership that led to Trump's first election in 2016. The party doesn't seem interested in changing how it approaches its own voters or its own effort to win elections. There's some lip service to the middle, to the working class, but there's not really a change in policy.
What do you make of Senator Sanders now going around the country and speaking in red districts?
One of the only guys actually doing politics. Like, I gotta be honest with you guys, it should be one of the biggest no-brainers in the world to work with Bernie Sanders and cover more red districts and get people out to talk about this. Make it a story.
That are most vulnerable. He says if we can turn around 3, he says, they've ended their extremely narrow lead in the House.
Yeah, look, I think Bernie Sanders is doing the right thing. It's an example of what the Democrats at large should be doing, which is actually going into and trying to speak to the disaffected working class that used to be the base of the Democratic Party. The problem is that the Democratic Party, its leaders, are caught between the demands of their donors and the demands of voters, which is why so often the Democratic leadership sounds incoherent. If you're trying to address what voters want, but also trying to enrich or appease your donors, you often sound like you stand for nothing. I mean, can we actually explain or answer the question, what do the Democrats stand for right now, other than, in theory, rhetorically being against Trump, even though they're giving votes to confirm some of his nominees? I think the average person has trouble even articulating what is the Democratic Party for? What does it support? What does it advocate for? There's not really much of an answer right now.
Yeah, that's because the last 10 years, it's just been an opposition party. They're just not Trump, and that's not good enough.
You had a recent piece on Elon Musk's previous support for DEI policies at Tesla.
Yeah, well, look, only a few years.
All right, we're good. We're good with this. But, like, it's absolutely fascinating, right? Like, I'm just so hungry for any kind of politician or political figure who can actually oppose this awful administration. I want to see a fight. I want to see people actually standing up for what is correct and what is right and what should be done. You know, that's kind of the thing. When you make a statement about how things should be, you're making yourself vulnerable.
The news you shared about it, Josh Shapiro, is so disappointing but reminds me of what you said like 2 weeks ago. No permanent enemies, no permanent allies.
Yep.
Oh well. Thank you, next.
Exactly. And that is kind of core, what I think should be core to a lot of how we approach the years ahead. And that should be like, we do not marry ourselves to any kind of politician. We have ideas and ideals, and we stick to them. They are what is important, and if one politician serves us for a season, then we move and moves away from that, then we move
Genuine as well. Question from a non-US person. How come the Dems doesn't embrace unions more? It seems like an easy win since they claim to be the party for labor. Is it really as simple that they're bought?
Yes. The short answer there is yes. The longer answer here is that for a very, very long time, ever since the Taft-Hartley Act in America in like, I can't remember offhand what year that was passed, but union power has been kind of kneecapped, and as a result, it's been easier and easier to chip away at that union power in America. And basically, Ronald Reagan helped to kill a lot of unions in the 1980s. And then you get, along with Reagan and the subsequent fallout in politics around Reagan, you get the rise of what's called neoliberalism. And neoliberalism essentially is this bastard child of an unholy alliance between capital and nominally liberal values. It's kind of like capitalism wearing a liberal skin suit, you know? with the idea being that, oh, well, we'll just privatize some of these public things and, they'll be more efficient. They'll run better. They definitely won't come back and like charge us an arm and a leg. And of course, what ends up happening is that you effectively are granting monopolies to these various private companies, and they screw people over constantly. And a side effect of that, and a side effect of other neoliberal policy writ large, is that you begin consolidating government contracts into various contractors who provide government services. And that funnels money into the hands of very few people. And you kind of create a gigantic money sink that funnels absurd amounts of government funds into the pocketbooks of a handful of people in the country. And that's where you get suddenly the rise of mega donors and Citizens United, a court case that basically allowed an unlimited amount of money from capital to be funneled into politics. Prior to Citizens United, there were limitations, and certainly there were people who worked around those limitations and bent the rules, but those limitations kept, billions of dollars from flowing into politics. Those limitations were killed via the Supreme Court in the Citizens United decision, and it allowed what's called dark money to enter. And that's basically untraceable money donated to super political action committees that then campaign on behalf of different candidates, which effectively meant that companies and capitalists could funnel as much money as they wanted into a political race, which that then sets the stage for folks like Elon Musk to just drop $250 million into a political race and change the outcome. And essentially, Democrats stopped appealing to unions because union membership kept going down, kept getting chipped away at by capitalists, by different laws, by different interpretations of laws, by capitalist propaganda. And ultimately, there came a tipping point where a lot of Democrats just said, look, we can't get the support we need to win from, declining union membership. So we're just going to do the easy thing, and we're going to get a bunch of money from these corporate donors, buy a bunch of ads, then we don't have to do as much work, and we are basically guaranteed our jobs, and all we have to do is, do a one vote here, one vote there in a way we wouldn't normally, and that's that. Effectively, that's the story of how we got to where we are. Yeah, there's also like the whole Mr. Anderson, of course, always on point here, dropping the point about outsourcing and like roboticization of different workplaces. But yeah, like a lot of jobs got shipped overseas to kill the union movement here in America. It is a sad tale, but it is not one that was inevitable. We could have done things differently, and that means we can still do things differently now. So that's where we're at. Hope that answers your question. Also, yeah, Josh Shapiro is very disappointing. And Media Breakdown, thank you for the $10 super chat. And Fenry, thank you for the $5 dono. If anyone else would like to support the show, this is made possible by viewers like you. I couldn't do it without the subs and donos, folks. I literally couldn't make it happen. You guys are the ones who make this show possible. Thank you so much. And with that being said, somebody did ask earlier who about the interaction between Donald Trump and the Maine governor. Let me pull that out real quick. Real quick, need to find it. I have so many tabs. So many tabs open. One. Oh God, where is it? Where is it? Where did I put this tab? There's so many. I'm gonna start exiting out of them. I'm sorry. I've gotta. Here, while I do that, here's a brief clip of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and I know that the scuttlebutt is that she's gonna be running for Senate in the near future, but I do think she's got the juice to run for president if she wanted to.
Every day, our job is to wake up and say, what can I do today? Yeah. There is no act too small. That does not matter. Every single action matters. And so when they try to come in, make them show a warrant. Make them show a document. Make them assert their authority. Ask them, who are you? Who are you? Because at the end of the day, they're no one. And he's running around because he thinks he's got a bank account with a lot of zeros in it, that it makes him some kind of super citizen. I don't think so. Every day.
Rios Ways, thank you for the $2 super chat. I appreciate it. And that was Sticker Bush Symphony. Thank you for noticing. They're not going to run another woman after the last twice in a row. Excuse me, I don't think she's going to ask them for permission. I think she's just going to run in the primary. If she does decide to do that, of course. You know, she may not. It is possible that she wouldn't decide to do that. And I think that's interesting. That's good. I don't think she should ask for permission to run. You know, I think that, like, her going out there and telling her constituents that, like, hey, you actually don't have to listen to these slimy weasels. You actually don't have to open the door for people who don't have a warrant. All right? You don't have to do that. I think that's good. I think that is maybe some of the best politics actually unfolding right now. And it's really important. Like, I'm sorry, but I'm just going to throw this out there, all right? Just throwing this out there real quick before we get to the main governor. This should be something that every elected Democrat brings back to their district and says, I saw this happen, and I am going to fight for you. I will throw down. I will give my life for this cause. I will not rest until you, my constituents, are safe. Because this is insane. I am sad to share that all retirement and disability research centers have been ordered to stop work. My fellowship will no longer exist, and the work of so many talented researchers and dedicated staff will be cut short. That's from the Social Security Administration, chat. That is not just the future of your parents or your grandparents. That's your future. That's the future of your children being given away so that rich assholes can have a tax cut. That's what's happening. And the fact that our elected representatives, instead, so many of these Democrats will just go on TV, oh, there's nothing we can do. Oh, whatever. Well, why? What can we do? We're just some of the most powerful political figures in the entire country. What could we possibly do? And it's like, I don't know, fucking figure it out. Many people a lot less powerful than you have had a much bigger impact. So sit down, brainstorm and figure it the fuck out instead of having your go-to plan being do nothing and then just run on the virtue of not being Donald Trump. That's not a winning strat. If you do that, you need to know that your political career is done. Your time in the sun, your ability to show your face in public with dignity is done. Everyone in your town, everyone in the place you purportedly love and represent will know you for being the traitor who abandoned them. In their time of crisis, turmoil, and need, you turned your back and you sat with a thumb up your ass doing exactly dick and shit. And when asked, what are you gonna do to stop this? You said, oh, geez, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm just a little baby. I'm just a little birthday boy. Hakeem Jeffries, resign. Absolute abandonment of duty. It infuriates me to a degree I cannot encapsulate. It is one of the greatest abdications of responsibility I've ever seen. Logged in just to say you're spitting so hard. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm just so mad. It's so hard not to be not to be infuriated, you know? In the face of all of this. Ugh. Where did this go? I know I have it somewhere in here. No. No. I'm sorry. I know this isn't exactly a fun bit to watch. But I really wanted to find it. There we go. Found it. Time to talk about the governor of Maine. All right. So this interaction has been going a bit viral. So folks, this interaction has been going a bit viral. And it is basically just objectively fascist. There's no real way of getting around this.
Dems, what can we do? Sit down and have a brain blast Jimmy Neutron because a space alien is stealing our parents, and you're the only one with any tech to fix it.
It's true. It's true. Thank you for the $10 super chat, Pluvius. I really, really appreciate it. All right. But, yeah, Donald Trump tried to do a fascism. Let's see how that went for him.
Maine. Is Maine here, the governor of Maine?
Well, I'm here.
Are you not going to comply with it?
I'm complying with state and federal laws.
We are the federal law. Well, you better do it. You better do it because you're not going to get any federal funding at all if you don't. And by the way, your population, even though it's somewhat liberal, although I did very well there, your population doesn't want men playing in women's sports. So you better comply because otherwise you're not getting any federal funding.
See you in court.
Every state, good. I'll see you in court. I look forward to that. That should be a real easy one. and enjoy your life after governor, because I don't think you'll be in elected politics. Every state has Maine.
That's the governor of Maine standing up for trans constituents in the state of Maine. And you know what? We need more like that. He tried to bully and threaten a governor of a state on live television. And her response was, "I'll see you in court." In America, we do not bend the knee to would-be kings. Historically, we have a very different reaction to them. What an I'll hold my tongue on that one. But folks, that was Janet Mills, governor of Maine. And let's take a look here at her statement following this, okay? Governor Mills' statement on notice of investigation from the U.S. Department of Education, because in response to that exchange, the Department of Education is launching an investigation into Maine. So, yeah. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. Governor Janet Mills released the following statement today in response to the U.S. Department of Education notifying the Maine Department of Education that it has been directed to initiate an investigation into the state of Maine over alleged Title IX violations. I have spent my career as a district attorney, as attorney general, and now as governor, standing up for the rule of law in Maine and America. To me, that is fundamentally what is at stake here. The rule of law in our country. No president, Republican or Democrat, can withhold federal funding authorized and appropriated by Congress and paid for by Maine taxpayers in an attempt to coerce someone into compliance with his will. It is a violation of our Constitution and of our laws, which I took an oath to uphold. Maine may be one of the first states to undergo an investigation by his administration, but we won't be the last. Today, the President of the United States has targeted one particular group on one particular issue, which Maine law has addressed. But you must ask yourself, who and what will he target next, and what will he do? Will it be you? Will it be because of your race or your religion? Will it be because you look different or think differently? Where does it end? In America, the president is neither a king nor a dictator as much as this one tries to act like it, and it is the rule of law that prevents him from being so. I imagine that the outcome of this politically directed investigation is all but predetermined. My administration will work with the Attorney General to defend the interests of Maine people in the court of law, but do not be misled. This is not just about who can compete on the athletic field. This is about whether a president can force compliance with his will without regard for the rule of law that governs our nation. I believe he cannot. And honestly, that's the kind of fight we need. Like, that isn't even, like, guys, that's not even like leftist fight. You know, we're not dealing with like a Che Guevara here leading the state of Maine against, against Donald Trump. This is what a liberal opposition looks like. We need someone who is not willing to spare their words in the name of like some veneer of politeness or deference or anything like that. We need people to fight. We need people willing to throw the verbal punches. We need people willing to go out there, knock on doors, and maybe, if you need to, enter a building where an unelected bureaucrat is saying you, as a representative of the people, cannot go. Maybe we need folks who are willing to go to Washington and get arrested in order to see what Doge is doing. Maybe we need some people doing some nonviolent sit-ins. We need some good old-fashioned trouble unfolding here in America, pulling on the roots of the civil rights movement that those Republicans fucking despise. Okay? We need people willing to fight. And I know that there are people out there willing to fight and fight the good fight and politically stand up in an organized and nonviolent fashion for what is right. Centrists burn hotter than rightoids. They definitely do, but it goddamn takes a long time to get them fired up. It's crazy. But good for Janet Mills, and good on the people of the state of Maine for electing someone who would actually give a shit and actually fight for their rights. Would that all of us would have representatives that would fight like that. I don't want to fight, but I gotta. Exactly. All I got are these two hands, these two legs, and this one voice, okay? And I'm going to use everything I got to do what we can to avert the fascist takeover of this country. And I'm going to end this segment with one last thing. And this, I think, gave me a lot of hope in a way that I wasn't expecting. Because one of the things that you need for a fascist coup in order to succeed, folks, is you need the military on your side. And you know, there's just something about a guy who is doing an ongoing fascist administrative coup of the country, alienating the military to such a degree that at one of the fancy soirees this fascist throws for himself, the military sends a bunch of people to perform, and they choose to perform this. So, that was performed at the White House Governor's Ball. And for those of you who are not up on your musicals, that was the epilogue closing number from Les Miserables. And if you don't know Victor Hugo's novel or the musical Les Miserables, it is a novel about a bunch of people who rebel against the king. Okay? It is about people coming together and rebelling And the epilogue in particular mainly draws from this song that goes, "Do you hear the people singing the song of angry men? It is the music of the people who will not be slaves again. When the beating of your heart echoes the beating of the drums, there is a life about to start when tomorrow comes. Will you join in our crusade? Who will be strong and stand with me? Beyond the barricade, is there a world you long to see? Then join in the fight that will give you the right to be free." And then I'm going to skip the, the repeated section here. "Will you give all you can give so that our banner may advance? Some will fall and some will live. Will you stand up and take your chance? The blood of the martyrs will water the meadows of France." It's about a bunch of people rebelling against the king to overthrow monarchy. Yeah, it's not set during the French Revolution, Chad. It's set in the aftermath of the French Revolution when, like, people were still trying to restore monarchy. It's a messy time in French history, okay? But I think it sends a very clear and interesting message when the people choosing to sing, "Do you hear the people sing?" are members of the US Army. I think that's pretty cool and a good sign of where we're currently at, if that makes sense. Like, if we were to read the tea leaves of where rank and file are, I don't think they would normally choose that song for a guy who just made himself out to be king on a fake time poster and has declared himself to be above the law using a quote from Napoleon Bonaparte. Was there a response? As far as I know, no. But that could genuinely be because no Republican in there understands the context of the musical number. Is 5051 our Euromaidan? I think it's way too early to even come to any conclusion about where we're at or to analogize it to anything else. Yeah, look, Caleb Harris, do I know it's indicative of where the military is? No. But I think it's if it's not, it's a very interesting coincidence. And the other thing I'll add is just that Donald Trump's policies and cuts affect the VA. They affect veterans benefits. They affect veterans hiring. They affect military benefits. Like, the cuts that they are currently doing are going to be felt by literally every single person in this country, including working stiffs in the military. Like, nothing that Donald Trump is doing is providing anything of value to anyone who is not already a billionaire or a very wealthy millionaire. And most people in the military, not in those brackets. Just going to throw those things out there. So that's where I'll leave that segment, I guess. Yeah, I mean, even if you aren't directly impacted by the cuts that they want to do, if those cuts do go through, literally every single American is going to get fucked by them. Which is why it makes it like super weird to me when I see like comments on my videos in the YouTube section, like just like trying to gloat at me about it. It's like, brother or sister or sibling, you're about to get fucked by this too. If you're not already actively getting fucked by it, you're going to be. Like, I don't understand where this gloating is coming from. Yeah, Simric writes, I just found out today that my medication specialist with the VA was fired last week. Gonna have a hard time getting my meds now. Exactly. It's gonna affect so many different people. Doodle Burb, how you doing? Everyone's favorite non-binary burb. How you doing, gentle them? Is my therapist gonna get fired? I have no idea. I hope you're doing well too. I'm very overwhelmed and exhausted, but I'm doing my best. I'm hanging in there. On a personal note, Stadman writes, Jack, on a personal note, my brother, who is a cop and voted for Trump at least once, is absolutely livid about Doge and Elon, and my mom, who worked for the VA and served in the military, also gets it now. Like, especially when it comes to my brother, I wasn't sure anything would get through to him, and he's even angry in some respects than I am. Opinions are changing. The tide is turning. It's true. There are a lot of indicators that show... I mean, guys, something like a 20-point swing for like Donald Trump, like against him in his popularity in his first month is insane. Like things got so bad so fast that they're currently floating the idea of like a $5,000 check to every person in America. They're currently floating the idea that like things are so bad they have to give you $5,000 to try and make you forget what happened. That's not something that happens if things are going well, you know? Like that idea doesn't even come into the surface of like press if things are going well. I'll take the money, but I won't forget. Yeah, of course. It's not like, sure. Yeah, send me a $5,000 check. Why not? But like, I don't think that's meaningfully going to change the trajectory of anything here. Do you think that 5K will work? No. $5,000 is not going to replace like your healthcare or like, you know, your disability benefits or like your social security. How many eggs can that buy? By the time they deploy it, it'll be like 5 eggs. Yeah, that's the other thing, Simric. There's nothing for them to cut to find that money. That money would also rely on a budget being passed by Congress, and I don't know that they're going to have that. Five whole eggs? I know, right? A king's ransom of eggs. Why, it's like the first users of Fallout New Vegas. A Donald's dozen, exactly, yeah. Well, folks, we've been going for almost 4 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. Consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats. This show's brought to you by viewers like you. I couldn't make it happen without you guys, folks. Couldn't do it. Couldn't make it happen. You guys are the only ones who make it possible. All right? Viewers like you. Baby. Oh, I also didn't set the stream to being live. Whoops, my bad. Sorry, people who watch over on riverboat.gg. My bad. That's my B. My B. Whew. Almost 200 likes? Oh man, you guys are getting there. 4 more likes to 200. Let's go. Okay. There's so many other things to talk about, and a part of me wants to go over like some Matt Walsh or Ben Shapiro videos, but honestly, I'm really exhausted. And I think I'm going to play a little bit of Elden Ring before the end of the night. We're going to transition to Elden Ring and just chatting with you fine folks. Media Breakdown, thank you for the $2 super chat. Donate to fight hate? Yeah.
0.
Smokewalker, thank you for the $10 dono to help me fight hatred. I appreciate it. What's your take on the Idaho incident? You're going to have to be so much more specific about Idaho. Every day, Idaho is an incident. It's the embodiment of an incident. Good night, Tier Star. Good luck with your interview tomorrow. And, yeah. Oh, and Coeur d'Alene. Yeah, it's not good. But it is exactly why I've been telling you guys to figure out how to do, like, self-defense and such. If a group... Let me put it this way, folks. If a group of, men try and arrest you or detain you, and they are not actual, like, law enforcement, you should do everything in your power to fight them. Like, if they are not, like, people who are empowered by force of law to detain you, they could be taking you away to do a lot of terrible things to you. Well, it's not a place to go. Yeah, I don't intend to ever go there. Doesn't seem very great. That's the kind of America they want to make. I'm not a huge fan of it, I guess. Yeah, I mean, exactly, Bear Williams. If people who are not law enforcement are trying to arrest you, like, that's grounds to, like, pepper spray the fuck out of them. In my estimation. Not a lawyer. Just letting you guys know. Learn hand-to-hand defense more than anything. True. I'm 23 years old, male, 5'9", and 215 pounds. How easy am I to detain? I mean, that depends on a lot of different factors. If you, you know, are trained to fight, that goes a long way. Punch, kick, bite. Yeah, if you can get in a position to do a solid kick to the chin, absolutely go for it. You know, aim for the eyes, go for the throat. If they're a man, kick them in the balls. Nothing's off limits. You're fighting for survival. Has there been any new word on the federal trans inmate transfer? Well, supposedly there's a hold, but you know, a court-ordered hold, but we have to see if that actually is followed up through on, you know? Six foot, 108, 5 pounds, muscular, trained in Taekwondo. How hard am I to detain? Probably a bit hard. Alright, I forgot what we were doing. Are we in Fair Missoula? I think we're in Fair Missoula. The map has not loaded in. That makes figuring out where to go very difficult. Oh, there we go. I should probably spend my runes, huh? True, GamerG. Your goal, if you're in a survival situation, your goal is to get the fuck away. Your goal is to, you know, not be there and in danger. Your goal is to get away, and if you can't get away, your goal is to, like, you know, do enough damage to allow you to get away. Okay, I can get one additional level. Intelligence, dexterity. Oh ho ho, dear reader. Oh ho ho, indeed. Yeah, whatever. We'll just put stuff into dexterity. Why not? Okay. That does look kind of cool. You know what? We're just going bestial. That's right, we got one of these tree sentinels. Hey, my guy. What's up? Woo! Big hit. Big hits. Big hits. My God. Oh god. Big hits. Oof. Big hits. Oof. God damn, dude. Got him! A worthy foe. Whew. How we doing, folks? Is this the oversized dogfight? Yes. I'm gonna go get my tools back, though. By tools, I mean my HP. I for one am really enjoying a bunch of you guys just being like, this is how big I am. I'm gonna make myself bigger and harder to detain. I like that. I like that. I like the gumption. You know. I think more people should be like that. Personally, I just exercise because it makes me able to withstand the woes and turmoil of the world and not, you know, want to die. And also, like, just, it helps me withstand stress. But, like, wanting to be, like, fit enough to, you know, act if you are in a situation where you need to act, that's also a really good motivation to get fit, you know? Also, I want to dress in slutty cosplays, you know, like, those are my two goals. All right. Let's go. Telu, my friend.
Destined death.
God, he's so cool.
I will not have it stolen from me again.
He's so cool. Look at how cool he is! Oh god, I forgot about the rocks coming down. Poor guy. This guy is maybe one of the done dirtiest in the entire game. This poor goddamn sap. He's so cool though.
Oh, death. Become my blade once more.
Look at how fucking cool he is. so cool. Hey, bud. Oh, damn. Bad time to heal. Gotcha. Woof. I'm good. I'm good. Oop. Nope. Got him, baby!
Tarnished. Body covered, destined death. To kill what?
Are the graphics super realistic? I mean, they're not super realistic. They're just, it has a really good art style.
The rune of death is unbound. And the lands between are shrouded by death's dark fate.
Yeah, that must be really fucking weird. All of a sudden, they're all able to die.
Will also burn the impenetrable thorns. Farewell it is then. You'll be Elden Lord yet.
Wait, did you win the game? No, not quite. We're close, though. We're relatively close. Why do the clouds look so spicy? Because I set fire to the tree that, you know, is a big deal. The illusion of the sky been laid bare. It really is beautiful. You should buy... Yeah, you should! It's so good! Do I have enough to level up? Oh, wait, I should go to the round table hold and see if I can like upgrade some equipment or like, barring that, maybe. I don't know, do some stuff.
I see. You're here for some spirit tuning.
Absolutely. Maybe not. I ain't got what I want. You start laser tomorrow? Congrats, Gamer G. Huzzah! Huzzah forever! Umber Smithing Stone 9. Don't want that. Want the good stuff. Ugh, fine. Okay, so I'm gonna go and buy equipment here. Malekith's Black Blade. Cool. Gotta buy armor set so I can play some Fashion Souls. Not cunty enough. No. Close. Not really the color I want, though. No. Am I into Monster Hunter? I would love to be into Monster Hunter, but it's just not something I ever cottoned on to, you know? I'm not, like, against it or anything, it's just, like, not... It's never been a thing I've dedicated time to, you know? Well, you know what? This actually kind of slaps, though. Okay. Now... how do I get... Oh, that's right. I need to open the Halig tree. Damn it. Alright. What's better than real big sword? There's two of them. Indeed. Alright. Now I do have to, cure that whole thing where I'm possessed by the frenzied flame of an outered god that wants to, you know... destroy me and the world at large. I don't think I went the right way. I think I actively went the wrong way. I was just following a path. Fuck! think I can get down over here. But we do have to fight the hardest boss in the game. And I'm not too stoked about that. But you know, it's not like the worst thing in the world either. Harrison Ford is a patriot? Of course, he was in the Patriot games. How could he not? Yeah, Arachnomancy, I did kill Dragon Lord Placidus Axe at the end of the last time I played this game. But now I have to go and get the Golden Needle. Gotta do some quests. I don't know if I did Millennia's quest yet, but you know, we'll get through all of this first. Gotta go to Castle Sol first. Terrifying. So. Oh, I wasn't talking about Millennia. Millennia isn't the hardest boss I was talking about. Hey, nerd. Ah, damn it. Man. God, there's two of them. Oh, God. There we go. Got him. Oof. Tricky little guys. That's how many big swords you have? It's true. Alright. Now we just gotta climb up this tower. Shouldn't be too hard, right, fam? Oh God, fuck these birds! God, I can't with these birds! Birds, man, they're no good. Not as scary as the giant grizzly bear. That's true. Giant grizzly bear, real bad news. God. messy scenario for me. Oh. There's a grace in there. I want it. I want to sit at it. Birds aren't real anyway. So true, kings and queens and monarchs of all kinds. Hey, Peef Spug, how you doing? Okay, you know what? I should probably use these. I should use a few more of them. Yeah, the hardest enemy in the whole game isn't even Commander Niall. I agree. Guys, I'm talking about a different boss. Doesn't even have a name. But God, what a mensch. Vodka makes the night go by quicker. I have some vodka. Maybe I should drink some. Got myself an Eclipse Shodel. I feel like there's something over here. Is this it? Is this the path to the deadliest boss in the game? I think it might be. We're definitely close. We are at the hardest boss of the game. It's this motherfucker down here. This guy. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. All right. Thank God. Woo. That guy makes me nervous as hell every single time I fight him. Fare thee well, Banana Brains. Toodaloo. Toodaloo-doo. How's stream been? It's been pretty good. We talked politics. We did the things that my stream is supposed to do. And we've been racking up those W's. Hardest boss in the game, wrecks him instantly. The issue is that guy is set up to look the other way, but instantly teleports to your position. And if you aggro him from anywhere on the map, he will instantly teleport to your position. And if he hits you, he will absolutely obliterate you. It's not even close. Like a disgusting amount of damage from that guy. Yeah, he's kind of like, why even fight me? You're already dead. Kind of his vibe. Isn't it like 4 in the morning for you? Is it really? No, it's like 2 in the morning for me. It's okay. But I have been awake for a while. We're just gonna ignore this bird. We're gonna ignore this fucking bird. Fuck this bird. Here we go. We don't need to fight these guys. I'm a peaceful creature. There we go. They're gone. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good though. You know, we don't need to fight though, is the thing. You guys are all like, let's fight. But I'm all like, no. I'm gonna fight this guy instead. Oh my god, is my summon trying to fight the guys on the other s- Fuck you! Alright. Frostbite. Commander Niall is so cool though. Look at him go. Look at how fucking cool he is. I'm not even mad right now that he's wrecking my shit. Aw man, I staggered him too. Got him! Commander. Yeah. Commander. No. This build looks fun. It's super fun. Yeah. The Godslayer Greatsword, excellent weapon. Got that medallion, baby. First off, try jumping. I don't think that's a good idea. Wait, is that the Halig tree? Oh, I bet it is. That's cool. I'd never put that together. It's literally hidden on the other side of the mountaintop of the Giants. That's so cool. Okay, so if I'm remembering correctly, does the Great Lift of Rold allow me to go... Yeah, to operate the Great Lift of Rold. Okay. Cool. Let's go. Well, CF3300, the issue is that tree isn't real. So, it's not so much burning as it is, you know, physically burning. It's more spiritually burning, you know. Hoisting the medallion. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. What's up, nerds? Are these statues supposed to be anybody? Out of curiosity, does anyone know? It's so scary. Hey, Vinny Vega, how you doing? Was it white and translucent? No, but it's gold and translucent. I don't think this took me where I needed to go. Yeah, nah. How do I do this? You need to toggle medallions at the lift? I gotta press the side directional. Ugh. Damn it. Look at me being a goony goober. Thank you for the assistance. Ah, I see. Hoist secret medallion. Hey, look at my secret. I got a secret medallion. Cool. Thanks, Baba Booey. Chad, I think we might have to kill these guys. Also, folks, we're getting so close to, my partner's getting so close to launching, her gender-affirming, like, lingerie line. Gender euphoric lingerie line. My apologies. It's really, really cool. We're getting, like, our final samples sent off to the factory, and it's gonna be so cool to see come to fruition. I'm really excited, and I'm really proud of her. I just want to, like, I don't know, I just want to talk about it more. At some point, my partner will come on, and we'll talk about it together, because we've both been working on it, but, like, obviously she's been doing most of it. It's awesome. It's so cool. And the initial designs are really cute. And, like, I don't know, we have plans for, like, our first season for, like, June, and our second season, the Beast Eye Quivers, and then our, like, second season for the fall, and, like, it's just really cool. It's really awesome to see it all coming together. Pick up the drop. Oh, well. It's just gonna be really cool, and I know that there are gonna be a lot of people out there who, you know, are looking for... are looking to feel affirmed in their gender identity, and, like, this world's really hard, and I think that, like, she's doing something really important, and I'm really proud of her, and really excited to see her grow, like, this idea. You know, it's really wonderful. Oh, I'm good. I'm good. Cool. Like, I don't know, I've seen the entire process now from beginning to end, and, like, I don't know, my partner's really amazing, guys, and I feel really, really lucky. Does anyone know why the land octopuses and, like, the little folk are allies? Anyone have an idea about that one? Also, I know that there's, like, a boss further down that I can drop down and fight, but, you know, we don't need to do that.
Do you hear me? It is I, Lieutenant.
Hey, Lieutenant.
We have reached the land of Michaela's Halig tree.
Cool.
Where Lobo and I began our travels. It's entirely thanks to you that I'm so close to home. These great snow-laden lands stretch far to the north, and beyond the ancient bowers, and the liturgical town.
I'm good. We Gucci, though. I didn't know I could run... Oh, God. I didn't know I could run out of range of a spirit talking to me. It's weird. Oh, that's a gigantic drop. Or a seemingly gigantic drop, I guess. If you think about it, all lingerie is gender euphoric and affirming if it fits and is to your taste. Exactly! But that's kind of the point, right? Like, our goal was to create a line of lingerie that was designed for, like, with like, trans women in particular in mind. And so, it's designed a bit differently to accommodate, like, you know, trans women who haven't had surgery on their bottom bits. And it's just really neat to see come together. Not... Okay. We're getting there, folks. We're gonna do Latenna a solid first, though. Yeah, we're like, so like, we currently have some plans for like a smoothing panthy, and there's also a plan for kind of like a enhanced fit that will probably come in season 2 or 3, depending on production, etc. Oh, someone's trying to kill me. Is that thing trying to shoot me? Oh my god, it is. That's so cool. I mean, I'm not a fan of whatever the hell this is. Go. Oof. All right, mate. Just gonna do this. But yeah, like, there's gonna be like an enhancing fit and like just a lot of different designs coming up. Anything to bring the trans girls together from the split we tend to have? Well, that's why like the panties are designed with that in mind to not do that, you know? Or are you talking about boobly bits? Why? Oh, there we go.
O young yet towering sister of ours, let the birthing droplet in and create life for us, for all the Albinorics.
So, question, why is this lady so big? Never really explained.
Thank you. I finally fulfilled my purpose.
Huzzah!
Our young yet towering sister will give us hope. Now that nothing is left unfinished.
No,
I
in
will join
bras.
you in battle to the bitter end.
I mean, the bras are
And
intended to
when
bring
the
them
fighting
together
is
a bit
done,
more.
Then you may lay
Yeah.
me to rest.
The first
Beside
design
Logo,
is really cute. It has
my
like
dear wolf.
some light boning in it that I think people will like. That's the wrong question. I don't know. I think it's an alright question. Why is she so tall? Why is she so big? Okay. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna go forge my weapon into the highest tier. Yeah, FromSoft depicts characters of some kind of divine bloodline as larger, but like that's the exact question. Like that's supposed to be an albinoric, right? Albinorics are artificially created forms of life. What makes this one special? Like, what makes this one divine? And who made it? You know? There we go. Hell yes. Fully upgraded weapon. Let's go. I mean, Tall Goddess is cool. I'm not throwing shade. I'm just wondering, like, lore-wise, why, you know? No. Wait a minute. Why? Chat, I'm having a brain fart. Why can't I wield my weapon? How do I wield my weapon two hands? Or maybe it won't let me because I'm not... There we go. I was too close to the lady. Cool. No. No. Too many explosions. Too many explosions. Stop. Stop. All right. Like the four figures in the Evergale. Yeah, like I understand the whole like I understand like the point of the depiction. I guess I'm just like I would really love to know in lore, what makes this character divine? Who made it so? Why? For what purpose? You know? Isn't there, like, a place to, I don't know, rest my weary head? Ah, like right there. Oh, I should, yeah, no, yeah, exactly. Where does she fit into, like, what all is going on in the world? That's what I want to know. That's one of my big questions. Right, I probably have to go in here. Oh, can't ride my horse. Of course, of course. Maybe she herself is an essence of divinity? It could be. Oh! Bullshit! Oh, God. Asshole. Got him. What an asshole. Is this Elder Scrolls Online? Nailed it. Oh, good. We got one. I know there's probably other invisible guys. They're gonna startle me, and I'm not gonna like it. Any footprints in the snow? Oh, secret ladder. Secret ladder. Secret ladder. Okay, it looks like there's one more over there. Not the one down there. Where would the other one be? over there. It's so quiet here. Oh, I see. Got him! Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. You killed a defenseless woman! Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Do you feel bad about it? Na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. You probably should. There you are. Hello. Suppose I jump the other roof? I'm still looking for one more. Might be over here somewhere. Worth a shot. This is what this kingdom's all about. Pushing hard-working women off of rooftops. I want no part of it. Oof, terrible accent. Oof. Pretty sure this is Assassin's Creed. More like Assassin's Creed. Got him. Parry this your filthy casual is just stolen vibes from Trinity's Dodge This. I guess it kind of is, yeah. Chat, where do you think I go? Where do I find this fourth one? Insert whining noises. Perhaps over there? Ho ho ho, dear readers. Ho ho ho, indeed. I saw your footsteps, motherfucker. This is fun. Oh, he got me. He got me good. he got me good. Gotcha! Oof. Jack slaying these monsters looks easy, but it's hard. It's even harder slaying the rent and grocery bill. True, Gamer G. Thank you for making the plug. Appreciate it. That was cool as fuck. Thank you. And I think I found the last guy, or the last thing. What have I missed? Haven't heard news. It's all bad. We didn't even get to the part where Donald Trump fired like the leader of the Joint Chiefs of Staff just for being black, or one of the other members of the Joint Chiefs for being a woman. Like, and every single news outlet is just like ignoring those parts of the story. It's really bizarre. It's just really bizarre, and I would really love for the media to properly cover it and call it what it is, just blatant racial discrimination. I want that twink obliterated. You're still in the just chatting category? Yeah, I'm bad at switching categories. All right, we're in the tree, baby. Oh God, it's tempting me. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. Can't stop me. Fuck, that was scary. Alright. That was really cool. The bubble while igniting this. That was great. Okay. I'm not being sidetracked by these clans. All I need to do, what I've always needed to do, and that's get down to the bottom of this tree. Going down, down, down into the ring of fire. Stop bubbling me. Stop. Stop bubbling. Y'all just bubbling me like crazy right now. Why you bubbling me? I'm just a loyal follower of Mikola. Or the fact that I killed him. Right? I'm loyal, alright? Okay, I guess I have Scarlet Rot now. Guess I'll die. It's fine. Ms. Melena! You got trubs with the bubs? Nah, we cool. I just walked down a tree. Yeah, I don't get it either, Cat Pig, but, you know, as somebody who spent, like, the last 4 years really trying to avoid this eventuality, it's especially exhausting every single day, like, watching what's unfolding and being like, yep, it's the thing. It's the thing I told you all about like 3 years ago. It's happening again, just like I said it would. It sucks being right about it, you know? Like, I don't feel good. Oh. I don't know why you came up to me like that, sir. I'm just, grab an item here, because I realized I'm not spec'd for anything that's happening. Just realized this entire time I could have had, like, a... items on that actually allow me to increase my attack. The thing no one mentioned in media was Trump. I don't know what you mean by that. Don't be ashamed of your hope. I'm, you know... It's fine. I believed, you know, as it turned out wrongly, that the reason the Democrats were courting, like, Republicans was because they had internal polling that showed, like, you know, it was effective. Like, I thought they were going off of actual data that they had. And then it turned out they literally had nothing that indicated it was effective. They were just doing it for no reason. They were doing it because neolib's got a neolib, and that's insane, you know? I thought they had something going for them. They had exactly diddly shit. Oh my god. Goof's for goof. And we're gonna retreat a little bit. Just... Here we go. Oh yeah, no, yeah, he also fired a bunch of, like, lawyers for the military. There's a whole can of worms going on. They're fucking up everything they can. And I do think he's gonna try to do something illegal with the military. We'll see what he actually does and whether or not it succeeds. I'm kind of inclined to believe that it won't succeed, even if he tries to, like, decapitate the military leadership, just because in our country we do a pretty good job of letting our people know your loyalties to the Constitution. And I don't think any amount of grandstanding about how, like, Donald Trump is the Constitution, I don't think that's going to actually fly with a lot of people. Elsa, I'm having a great day. I got to spend so much time with my partner, and I made a really tasty, like, Cuban black bean and carne asada and rice situation that was so fucking good. My partner was literally so shocked that me, with my pale Caucasian complexion, could produce something so wonderful out of beans. And And you know what? I take that as one of the highest forms of compliment. Because you know what? My people not so great at beans. You know, if you got baked beans, you got like... You got a lot of whites here in the Midwest who do like, you know, a can of barbecue baked beans, but that's not... I don't know, like, I'm not impressed by that, I guess. I don't particularly like barbecue baked beans. I think we can do better. Maybe you're part British? Nah. British people couldn't make beans like that. Are you kidding me? With spices and deliciousness? Nah. The British stole those spices so they could sell them, not so they could use them in their food. It's one of the greatest catastrophes to culinary art. Imagine having all the world's spices and then not using them in your food. What's wrong with you? No offense to individual British people, full offense to colonialism, though. Where do I go? I'm turned around right now. Yeah, okay, real talk, I am not a fan of barbecue on a lot of things, outside of, like, you know, ribs, you know? Like, barbecue short ribs, delicious. Great. 10 out of 10. But also, there's, like, a lot of, like, I don't know, I think people could do better. I did not think I could make that jump. See, these guys chill, they homies. Ow! Ow! No! Alright. Fine. It's all good. Yes. Well, yeah, I do think that part of what he wants to do is to do a coup, like a formalized military coup. The issue is, I don't think he's gonna be able to do that in, like, 2028. Or 2029. Like, I think in order to do that, he would have to do it in 2026. You know? Like, it would have to be before the midterms, because I think, like, once Democrats take Congress, like, that's gonna be kind of it, you know, for what he can do for a while. Like, it's gonna put a major hamper on his ability to do things, and he's already, like, not doing great on being able to do things right now. You know? Okay, I will say spicy barbecue, absolute game changer, alright? Spicy barbecue I can put on a lot of things. Smoky or any of the other kinds I'm not as interested in. I like spicy food. Ooh, ow. Dude. go. Or the adversary right there. I like spicy ladies. I like the love of my life, who's very spicy. Korean barbecue is good as fuck. Korean barbecue is good as fuck. One of those foods that absolutely lives up to the hype, you know? Good stuff. Did I come from over here? Oh ho ho, a shortcut, methinks. I love spicy food. Okay, unlock the shortcut. Yeah, I never connected that Castle Sol was, like, right above this place. That's so cool. Oh, we're at this part. Okay. Alright. You guys ready to boogie? I'm ready to boogie. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, thank God. We did it. Oof. Got a new Thai restaurant flyer in the mail. Hell yeah. Also, folks, if you can, patronize like your local mercados, you know? You need to get some food, get some fixins. Go to your local mercados. They got good shit there, you know? I should probably level up. What? I'm just gonna use some of these runes and level up again, as I can. I've just got a crap ton of them. There we go. Cool. Also, I know you guys think it's sacrilegious, but I stand by my turkey taco meat situation with cottage cheese. I stand by it. It's delicious. It holds the spices really well, and it's like pretty healthy. I think it's pretty great. A lot of you guys turn your nose up at it because cottage cheese, but you know what? You just got to be good at melting the cheese, okay? Hello, Spoon, sir. Ah, Elphael, brace of the Haligtree. We're in the final stretch now. Jelly or preserves on a crunchy granola bar. If you haven't tried it, try it. Interesting. I've been really enjoying like Greek yogurt with Trader Joe's has like this peanut butter like granola situation. And, like combining that with like some combining that with like banana or like a cut up strawberry or something is 10 out of 10. It's so good. So man, this part of the game is sure easier when you are just absolutely level to the max, level to the gills. Today you started chest at the gym? Congrats! After stream, if I'm too stressed out to sleep, I might still, I might go run. That might do me some good. Hello, folks. That guy up there dutifully keeping watch. Cheddar? Wait, have you never had cheddar cheese, Ms. Milena? I feel like you're pulling my leg. Been thinking about getting back into this game? You should, Morbius Dragon. Elden Ring Night Rain is coming out soon, and I saw some snippets of gameplay from that, and I just thought, that looks cool as shit. And I want to play it. Warren Buffett didn't stop playing Elden Ring, so why should I? I guess I could try killing that thing. Why not? Warren Buffett didn't stop trying to kill that thing, so why should I? Oof. Got me. He got me good. I'm not gonna try and kill that thing again. Ms. Milena, you pull in our legs. You pull in all of our legs. Alright. I'm just gonna skip through this real quick. We don't gotta spend a whole lot of time here. One of the things they don't really teach you in Elden Ring is that you can just like leave. You know, like you don't gotta fight these guys. That's all optional, baby. Fighting is, you know, something you do not have to do. Fight in this economy? I think not. You know, you guys are really cramping my steam. That's the thing. Cramping stees is like a thing that, like, the cool kids still say that, right? Hey. Hey. Hey, you wanna fight? You wanna fight? Here we go. Light the fire. Cramping what now? Cramping my stees. It's a thing the cool kids say. Like streets ahead. And if you don't know what that means, you're streets behind. All right. Try rushing in. That seems like a bad idea. You know what? Why not? Wow, that was actually such a bad idea. I did not have good effect on that one. These guys suck, and I dislike them. You didn't know how to get stronger and kept dying all the time? It is weird to figure out how to level up in this game. I will say that. Here. These guys have pierce damage. I want strike damage. Do I have anything that I leveled up with strike? +2. There we go. We'll give this a shot. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck these things. Fuck, I hate them so much. I don't think there's even anything good here for killing these guys, but at this point, just kind of like... There are just so many of them. This encounter seems slightly tilted towards FU in particular. Yeah. These guys in particular, I don't typically fuck with strike weapons, and so, like, these guys exist very specifically to fuck me in particular. God damn it. You know what? We're gonna try a different strategy here. A different piece of strategery. Hey, Lady Raincloud. Ow. Got it! Mission accomplished. Fuck you guys. Hey, Lady Raincloud. Alright. Now we don't have to go back there ever again. Bunch of cocoons chilling around. Don't question us. It's not like we're doing an alternate form of rebirth or resurrection up in here. Teehee. Now, I don't remember if I did the rest of this quest, so I guess we're gonna find out here if I did or not. Cool if I did. Don't know if that's the case though. Oh god. Nah. Nah, we're good though. Ability giving me a little bit extra mobility that I desperately need. A rune arc. Me all my. It does not give me all my HP back. Okay, that's good to know. It used to. Now, rune arcs used to mean something. Back in my day, when I grew up, rune arcs used to mean something. Nowadays, with you kids, they don't mean nothing no more. Don't appreciate them. Don't know the joy of a rune arc giving you all your HP back. Your character. You know, I'm gonna go down here and hope there is... Yeah, there we go. Now, let's see if I did this quest. If I did it, then I can continue my journey. But yes, I don't think that I did, but we'll check. I don't think I did the required quest here yet. Well, that answers my question, so I'll go and do the little individual quest bits. Oh my god! Oh man, how I hate these things. Oh my god. Fuck! That was so close. Goddamn Scarlet Rot. Always comes back down to crab. I should kill that thing. But it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Alright. I think we have to go back to the Aeonian Swamp. Right? Church of the Plague. Did we win the thing yet? We're so close. Unironically, so close. Alright. Okay, so she's not here. Do I have to talk to Sage Gowrie? I think we might need to do that. A Mandalorian game is coming out this year? That sounds dope. Earlier today, the Andor Season 2 trailer dropped, and I haven't seen it yet, but I'm real excited. I've been thinking about that show a lot, and it's really cool that it's getting a second season, and I hope they don't fuck it up.
thank you kindly for giving the needle to Millicent. Now she too, and Esther, you've been as thanks of the lost sorceress.
Nice.
Oh, indeed, Millicent did visit. It seems the memories eaten away by the rotting sickness yet remain, but faintly. However, she has no need of me anymore. No, she must embark on her journey and stare her fate in the eye. I mustn't impede. As I've aged, I've found the best way to aid the young is to be forgotten.
Well, let's buy some of your stuff.
Please, like her mother, but command.
Cool. All right, she should be up here. Maybe by the windmills. I think. Maybe not. Okay. Okay. Ancient Snow Valley ruins. Okay. Ancient Snow Valley ruins, which are... Fuck if I know. Probably over here. Oh, in the mountaintops of the Giants. Ho ho ho. Wait a minute. Aha! What is it about that suspenseful violin noise that makes me think Victorian? It is kind of Victorian, isn't it? Alright. Where are you at? Where are you at, Millicent? Somewhere around here, you tricky weasel. Check. yet. Snow Valley Ruin. But where are you at? Do I need to rest? No. Okay, did I not do an earlier part of this quest? Do I need to go back to the Church of the Plague? Okay, if she's not there, then go to the Windmill Site of Grace. Oh, the Windmill Heights. See if she's there. See ya, Alexa Crab. Maybe I need to rest at this site of grace? I thought I did this part, so I'm a bit confused. No, I think she'd be right there, but she's not. So... oh, maybe she's at the prayer room site of grace in Elfale. Let's see. Hello, Card Shark 2. So, it says she's supposed to be in here, but she's not. Maybe... alright. And I do need to beat that ulcerated tree spirit, unfortunately. God damn it. Okay, we'll try this again. Maybe I need to exhaust Gowry's dialogue. Does she read YouTube chat? Absolutely do. I read all the chats. I see everything. Your deepest desires, your darkest thoughts. Words you cry out in the night. Teehee. Even this chat? Of course. Church of the Plague. Try this again. Okay. Church of the Plague. Windmill Heights. No, I think it is. I think it takes a lot for Republicans to come out and boo one of their own for, like, doing an objectively bad thing, and I'm glad to see it happening. You know, the more of that happens, the better. We're seeing a shift in the wind, and that's good. You know, like, the more of that we see, the better. Did I kill Millicent? Is that something I did? Key items. Interesting. So I have this. I have the Valkyrie's prosthesis. But I haven't given it to her yet. Oh, Erd Tree Gazing Hill. She should be there. Okay. Super Jet Guy, I can't say that, like, the appearance of those guys was indicative of, like, where the broader military is. I'm just saying that that decision to do that song doesn't get made by a bunch of theater-loving, like, military members without them understanding exactly the context of that song. I don't know if that's a sign that all of the military is with us, but, like, certainly not nothing, you know? Her? Ah, there you are. I've got an arm for you.
Ah, in truth, it's been smooth sailing for me.
Good.
The scarlet rot has stilled since last we met. As such, I've been able to continue my journey.
You thought about maybe getting new clothes?
I realized that if I still had my sword arm, I could have aided you in battle. Are you giving me this arm? Thank you. I am in your debt yet again. I think if the arm serves well enough, it might be possible for me to wield a sword again.
Yeah, I don't know that the comments on right-wing Facebook posts is indicative of anything, but, you know, the protests certainly are.
If the arms, it might be perhaps then.
All right, now let's go to Dominula. She will be well armed again. Indeed, 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 indeed. And there she is. I just didn't go far enough back in the quest.
We meet yet again. The arm you gave me truly is a thing of wonder. It feels just like my own. Even handling a sword. Perhaps it is foolish to say this to you of all people, but I am sure of my skill with the sword. Thus, I would have you call upon me in battle, should you ever have the need.
Okay.
I would have you call upon it is the only...
Alright. And now... Is your character rocking 2 cloud swords? Yup.
To think we'd meet in such a place.
Yeah, it's crazy
What
random.
could your purpose possibly? No. I know well enough who you are. And what I know is good enough for me. Call upon me again in battle, should you have the need.
She's such a good egg.
I'm searching for a fort to the north of the ruins. I heard the master of the fort was given a medallion that allowed him to visit the Halig tree. Indeed, I believe that is where Melania will be found. The Halig tree is hidden somewhere in these northern lands. I'm searching for a... I heard the...
Alright. Good night, Gamer G. Alright, prayer room. I've heard really good things about Avowed, Ariaz. I'm really looking forward to playing it. I really want to play it on stream, but haven't had the opportunity yet.
Again we meet.
I want to finish this up first.
I can only surmise our purposes are aligned.
Absolutely.
In which case, allow me to explain myself. I am of Melania's blood, but in what capacity I know not. I could be sister, daughter, or an offshoot. Whatever the case, though, I am certain of a kinship between us. There is something I must return to Melania. The will that was once her own. The dignity. The sense of self that allowed her to resist the call of the Scarlet Rot. The pride she abandoned to meet Radahn's measure.
What about my eyes?
There is something I must return to Melania.
I don't know what you mean. What's wrong with my eyes? They're glowing? Yeah, I made a pact with a terrible demon to save the life of a lady who wanted to help me, and then she got really mad about about the fact that I saved her life. And so, you know, it's the whole thing. You know, maybe I'm going to... Do I have like a fire item? Something fiery I could use? Inherently fire, I guess. But maybe this magma whip candlestick, that's pretty cool. It's fine. Critical hit on us. Ooh, critical hit on me. Got him. Got that golden seed in me. Lead me, daddy. All right. Summon your demon patron, Josh. Nah, that's for this upcoming battle. Josh will accompany me in the next 2 battles. Thank you, Vinny Vega. Thank you. Someone recognized my immense victory. Yeah, DTH, I've been feeling very similarly for like the last 3 weeks. I just go and move my body until I'm too tired to move anymore. That seems to help, but I understand that's not really a thing everyone does or is useful for everyone, but that's been my method of dealing with it. It sucks. All right. We have to assist Millicent. What's the lore behind the screen name? One second. Oh god, I got stabbed. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Alright. I thought there were only 3 of them, so that's my bad. I didn't realize there were 4. God damn. The lore... The lore behind my screen name... Oh, I'm still at full HP. That's nice. Is, I used to be a camp counselor. And one year at this camp, we were meeting like the pastors who like ran the camp, you know, and oh, oh. We did it! So, camp counselor, overseeing the camp, not overseeing the camp, introducing ourselves to the people overseeing the camp. And in turn, we're going around and introducing ourselves and saying hello, all that jazz. And I introduce myself and I say, hey, my name's Jack. And they're like, and one of the older guys running the camp says, oh, Jack, we were going to name our son Jack. But then, you know, my old aunt, she told me, oh, don't you name him Jack. Everyone will think of Riverboat Jack the Gambler. And we all looked at each other and we're like, who the hell is Riverboat Jack? You know, we'd never heard of this Riverboat Jack before. And so we like looked around and like looked it up on the internet. There was no Riverboat Jack on the internet. And so we, like, my camp counselor friends just started calling me Riverboat Jack for like the rest of the summer, and like did little campfire songs and stuff. Riverboat Jack, Riverboat Jack, they'll take all your money, you know, stuff like that. It's fun. And then I just started using it. Was it like that camp in the documentary Jesus Camp? A little bit, but more secularized. I guess.
Oh. Hello. Thank you for lending your hand. Without your help,
In more ways than one.
I could not have defeated that quartet. I feel as if I've been in your debt from beginning to end. Thank you. With your help, I was able to live as my own person. If only in passing. But this is where things end. I paused to even tell you, but I took out the needle myself. Tell whoever put you up to this that if I am to flower into something other than myself, I would rather rot into nothingness as I am.
Oh.
Please, let me pass alone. The scarlet rot writhes now, worse than ever. Soon, I won't be more than a mound of flesh, curse-laden, untouchable. I wouldn't want such a thing to bring you harm. Please, the scarlet rot soon, curse-laden. I wouldn't want...
Poor lady. Like, all she knew in her life was suffering. Shitty way to go. I always feel so bad for her. Yeah, it would have been cool to, like, have the full backstory, but I think he was just, like, pulling our leg. He was kind of a trickster, that guy. You have to go to City Hall to buy bus tickets? That sounds extreme. Oh, I think, yeah. I think I need to go back there and get the needle? Question mark? It's true of a lot of folks, Mr. Miyagi, if we're getting real existential about it, but, you know, life can be pretty great. It's kind of the saddest part, I think. That a lot of people, and I think this is what makes me so mad about injustice, just that, like, so many people suffer needlessly when, like, we have the ability to make life really great for, like, everybody. It's not even just, like, removing suffering for those folks, but just, like, by doing that, actively instill joy. I think that's really powerful, and the fact that we don't do it, one of the biggest marks on us as a species. One of our biggest failures. Oh, Robin Keane, thank you very much. My voice is much better rested. I did still get pretty worked up earlier in stream, but you know, Baby steps. Rent here is $1,000 a month in climbing. That sucks. My one-bedroom apartment is about $1,500 a month. Wake me up when Mandalorian drops. Will do. Seems important. It was not. Ow. Ow. Leave me alone. Cool. I think this is the final resting place before we fight Melina. Melania? I always forget which one is which. I'm sorry. To be fair, our brains didn't evolve to care about everyone. That's true, but like, I don't really care. You know, that's kind of part of the problem, right? I don't really care what my brain evolved to do. I want it to do... I want our brains, all of them, to do something better. You know, like... Animals do a lot of horrible shit to each other, and I think that we should strive to do better than that, you know? Does that make sense? And also, I gotta say, I've never really bought the excuse that, like, well, our brains just can't care enough about other people. Because, honestly, when I look around at the world, what I see is people doing things not because they can't care about other people, but because they choose not to care about other people. And I think that's a big difference, you know? It's not that people can't care, that, like, millions of people can be affected by their actions. It's that they choose not to. They're capable of understanding that and still choosing to harm millions of people. And I don't think that that's because their monkey brain is incapable of having empathy or incapable of understanding the reason. You know, I think it's because they're broken somehow. You know, and it's not like their brain structure that's breaking them. All right. Just not. I think that I think people are capable of change, and I think if somebody is, you know, defaulting towards keeping themselves and their family safe, I think that's fine. But I think we should strive to create a society better than the bare minimum of what our monkey brains can do. Because our monkey brains are terrible. They like, our monkey brains are like, let's not care about consent. Let's not care about, like, I don't know, property rights. Shit like that. Like, I think, frankly, consent matters a lot. And I think that even if our monkey brain doesn't inherently have a concept of consent, we should still instill that value into people.
My flesh was dull gold, and my blood rotted. Corpse after corpse left in my wake. As I awaited his return. Heed my words.
She's so cool.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola. And I have never known defeat.
Until this day. Get her, Josh. Oh man, she managed to grab me out of that? Damn, girl. All right. Girl. Fuck! She's so fast. My weapon is so slow. She got talent with that grab, right? She got them grabby hands. Got him. Damn, Josh is wrecking her shit. All right, phase 2, baby. Where things get interesting. What a cool fight. Relatively clean first phase.
Wait.
she's so cool.
You will witness true horror. Now, rot.
It's okay. All of her bits are rotted over. It's fine. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Fuck! Damn it! Damn it! I even knew it was coming! I even knew it was coming, and it still got me. God damn it. I have a lot of HP too. Did we win we didn't win the thing yet, sadly. Hey bud. How's it going? Gonna be tough. Yeah, my character is not great at this. Just out of curiosity, I'm gonna give it a little. I'm gonna give a little something to try. No guarantees, mind you. We'll try a slightly different tech. I do not have her timing down right, but I think if I get my timing right, I think I can parry these. And if I can, that'd be pretty cool. Gonna give it like at least 2 more shots, see if I can get Get a clean parry off. I know her timing's gonna be wonky, just because of how she fights. There we go. There we go. Okay, that was actually not too bad. So, I'm gonna give it another shot with different... yeah. Give this a shot. Critical hits restore HP. And enhances critical hits. Alright. Let's see if we can make this happen. I did this with Radon. I'm doing this. I'm gonna try this with her. I've beaten her in conventional ways, and I think I could with this as well, but this is kind of a fun way to figure out what the hell is going on. The issue I'm running into is I do not know what her timing is for, like, a good parry, you know? Radon had heavy enough attacks where one parry was enough to, like, you know, you get a good set of parries, like, he was done. And if you parried at the right time, you didn't take any damage. And if I can get the timing down, that'd be a pretty satisfying way to go with this fight, like that. I think I only got one good parry in there. Yeah, Arachnomancy, I bashed my head against Radon in the DLC so many times that I just said fuck it, and I taught myself how to parry for that fight. Oh, well, alright. Maybe this wasn't meant to be. Alright, I'll fight you the normal way, I guess. It is probably possible, but I'm not good at it. Put it that way. Let's see. Probably a better set of equipment. This is attack power from successive attacks. Raises maximum HP, stamina, and equip load. Be okay. Enhances jumping attacks. Maybe I take that. Jumping and... I guess if my goal is just doing damage, charge attacks. Yeah. Alright. Hello, Sophie Bliss. Hello, Anders Norup. Alright. Josh. There we go. Do some damage here. God, it hurts so much. Fuck. Ooh, Arachnomancy. That's such a good strat for that fight, though. I just used the buckler with magic, like the magic deflector thing to give it a little bit extra frame, and then I just got real good with bleed. Oh god. Oh god, why? That hurts so much. God damn it. This game looks hard. It's mostly been really easy. And then this lady comes along. I don't know, maybe this will make a difference. I don't know anymore. Come on, Josh, let's go. Got us good. Get done. Jumped over her. Oh no. There we go. Phase 1. Skipping. Fuck! Why? Why? Why did I do this to me, game? God, how do I get past this? God damn it. Do I have to, like, run towards her? I don't remember how to avoid that. Taking so goddamn much damage. Dodge into her. She's being so cagey this time. Have I tried summoning the power of the heart? I need the heart of the cards, you know? actual question. What's up, Lexa Black? Why you like dual blades so much? You know, you know what? Let's see. Do I have anything that can that could replace that? I do have this bad boy. This bad boy. Oh yeah, if you have an answer to what I should do, I'd love to hear it. Oh, it's because it's a cool weapon I got from the in-game DLC, and I like it. That's why. But this is the weapon I was mainlining before I got that one. And you know, worth the... Sure, why not? Waste one before I go in, I guess. So, get her, Josh. Like, holy shit, these attacks do so much damage to me. Like, one hit takes all of my life. Something long and fast. No, I don't even think this is New Game Plus. This is just how she be. Yeah, physical and magic damage, okay. Maybe, okay, you know what? Maybe instead I just need this shield, and maybe that will allow me to survive more things. And you know what? Maybe I'll combine it. I'll just have, because I'm not using my quick attacks very often in this fight. It's mostly just hard attacks. Okay, let's give this another shot. I think we got this. Oh man, that was so cool, me and my summon teaming up. Doing good, Josh. Where you going? Ow. It's bullshit. Fuck! We were doing so good, too. We were doing so good. Chat. I think we got this. I say based on no evidence whatsoever. Get her, Josh. Oh, God. And I keep missing all of these goddamn... I keep missing all of the criticals I'm opening up. There we go. Okay. It's so bullshit. I just need to know how to not die to that. God. Get some frost weapons going. I don't want to grind to do frost weapons. Gotta run away? Yeah. Yes. Maybe, you know what? Maybe I'll just save. I'll save my wondrous physic for that specifically. Why me? There we go. Crit. God, that move sucks. Hate you. Please die. Run straight ahead. Okay. Thank God. I would really, really like not to be fucked. Oh, God damn it! God damn it! Fuck! Okay, but you know what? That went a lot better. That was progress. That was progress. We're gonna get through this tonight. We're gonna get through this tonight. I couldn't get out of the lock-on time when by the time I realized what she was doing. It was a good try. We got this. And you know what? I'm just gonna do Wondrous Whisk at the beginning. Why not? Fight is so punishing, right? She really does take advantage of basically any mistake you make. Come on. Go! Got the crit! Oh man. Fuck. Okay. Oh, that was such a good run, too. Ugh. Where did you find the sword of Night Ash with the two sisters? I don't know what you're talking about. Is she naked? Her bits have all been rotted away, but yeah, kind of. She's been exploded by rot. She is the goddess of rot, so like it makes sense. But like, damn girl. All right, get over here. Fuck! That waterfowl dance was called for and valid, I guess. You had an ash? Oh, an ash of war with two sword-wielding knights with katanas. I did? Oh, Jalan and Anna. You have to go on like a mini quest line in the DLC. There's like a whole. You have to like discover like a body somewhere. You gotta do a whole bunch of shit. I don't remember exactly, otherwise I would tell you. But gosh. Got her! Oh gosh, why? Fuck! You were doing so good too. I had 6 flasks. Damn it. I think we can do this. I believe. I believe. You got this. Thanks, Hash Hash. Skunk Frunked. How you doing? Good night, Sophie Bliss. It's true, Zudo. I know everything I need to defeat her now. It's just a matter of executing it. The frustrating part is, I remember fighting her, and I did not have that hard of a time the first time I played this game, and I don't understand why. Maybe they made her more difficult? Okay. I'm gonna give it like a handful more tries, and if I can't get past it, I'm gonna sleep, and then we'll beat it tomorrow, huh? I think we can do it. I believe in us. Yeah, you mess up once with that waterfowl dance, you're done. Screwed. With persistence and Big Booba, anything's possible. Maybe I just need a more revealing shirt. Thanks, Lexa Black. Good reframe it. Oh my god, I did the same thing! I get her low enough to proc Waterfowl Dance, and then I try and run under her for some reason, which just means that I'm directly in the bubble, which does not help. All right. God. Damn it, I did it again! She keeps procking it right when I'm right there. Oh no. Okay. Fine. Fine. Not upset. You're upset. I'm more of a Neo player myself. I really liked the stamina bar, or the key meter in Neo. I always thought that was a really cool mechanic that probably From Software should rip off, you know, and iterate on. I think that'd be a good idea for them to do, you know? Go. We did it. We did it. We did it. my god, that was so fucking lucky. Holy shit, that was lucky on like 4 different counts. Nope, not this day. Woo! We did it!
Extraordinary. The mark of
Woo!
a true lord.
Fuck, chat. I did not think that that one was gonna be the one.
Dear Mikola.
Oh my god.
Dearest Mikola. My brother. I'm sorry. I finally met my match.
Yeah, I already killed him though. You don't gotta worry about that. We did it, chat. Okay. Now we just have one very important thing to do, everyone. One very important thing to do. Way to go, Josh! All right. One of the unalloyed gold needles that Mikola crafted to ward away the meddling of outer gods, capable of subduing the flame of frenzy if inherited, allowing one to cheat fate and avoid becoming lord of frenzied flame. However, the needle is yet unfinished and can only be used in the heart of the storm beyond time, said to be found in Farum Azula.
Great work, Jack.
Thank you very much, Gabriella Tito, for the $10 super chat and for the affirmation. I appreciate both. Excellent stuff. Ooh, baby. All right, let's do some stuff at the round table hold. And then when we start next time, we'll maybe we'll do Ronnie's quest and set up our run for the end game. Huh? No more joshing around. Exactly. I should have said that. Ah, oh, damn it. Oh, you can buy Niall's armor set. I didn't know that. Buying all the equipment. I feel like now that I no longer have the Flame of Frenzy, I can wear the gear I'll probably wear till endgame. Either this, nah, it's too big. There we go. Let's go. Love it. We did it, everybody. Thank you for joining me on this journey. It is 5 o'clock in the fucking morning. Jeez Louise. What ending will you do? I'm thinking like the Lord of Stars ending, or the Dark Moon ending, whatever it's called. The Ronnie ending, where I get to smooch my lady. I like lady smooching. Also, I like her idea of freeing the world from the influence of gods. You know, I'm a sucker for that. Shaka when the walls fell, indeed. I really enjoyed that. Thank you all for cheering me on so much. Smooching ladies is gay though? Yeah, but being gay is great. I had a lot of gay sex today, and I can tell you it was amazing. I should really play this game. It's really fun. And honestly, I'm like just kind of speed running to my different objectives without like fully exploring everything like I usually do, but you know. Are you playing Elden Ring again anytime soon? I'll probably be playing it you know, after I cover politics tomorrow. Probably like throughout the week. I want to finish up this run and then maybe give Avowed a shot. Congrats on the lady smooching. Thank you. For the record, I think she enjoyed it as well. Yeah, when you're smooching ladies, you got to try all different kinds of play styles and builds. I agree. I agree, Lexa Black. 100%. Yeah. Well, like trains and bullshit. Some people are like, you know, maybe I'm a bad kisser. You guys don't know. Like maybe like I'm just tolerated. You guys don't know. For the record, I'm a very good kisser. But you guys don't know that. Any plans to play Monster Hunter? Maybe, but I've never played Monster Hunter before, so it's not like top of my list. I have so many other games that I want to play. One of my chatters gifted me Keep Driving, and I'd love to try that. And I also want to play Harold Halibut, which is like a claymation game that looks amazing. Mouthwashing. People won't shut up about mouthwashing, so I have that. I would love to give it a shot. A lot of stuff. I also bought a game about digging a hole, and I don't know what that's about other than digging a hole, but it looks nice. How many respecs to find the right lady smooching build? That depends on the lady you're smooching. Different ladies, different tastes in smooches. Also, I gotta say, holding steady at like 180 viewers throughout the night, that's insane to me. Y'all wildin'. But I appreciate all of you being here. And if you enjoyed the stream, please hit the follow button on Twitch and hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and maybe subscribe, and also consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because that's what allows me to do this show. Oof, I am gonna go like pass out. I'm very sleepy. Gonna take my meds first though. Med check. If you haven't taken yours, take them. All right. Good night, everybody.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom, and a man was left to living. But as year gave way to year, the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death, a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village, Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life, if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square, and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.